getting it wrong.
President, I'm silencing my phone, waiting for the word to get us started.
My word?
Yes, sir.
Let's get started.
Okay, good evening, everyone. This is a caucus of the Jersey City Municipal Council. It's the last day of summer. Hot one at that.
No, it's already fall.
Oh, yeah.
First day of fall.
We fell into fall just moments ago, I guess. It's September 23rd. At what?
3:40 a.m.
At 3:40 a.m. Okay, it's still up. Hottest first day of autumn in a long time. It's September 23rd, 2019. We had a 5:30 p.m. start. It's 5:59. Present, Council members Ridley.
Here.
Prinzeri.
Here.
Fagiano. Yun.
Here.
Solomon.
Here.
Robinson.
Here.
Councilman Rivera will not be here due to personal family reasons. Councilperson Waterman is not yet present. Council President.
She will not be in attendance.
She won't be, yeah, she said she won't be here.
Okay, so we have two members of the council
Due to personal reasons.
for personal reasons cannot be here tonight. Council members, can we start this meeting with a moment of silence with a man who, if he was drawing breath, would be in this room, and that's Steve Miller. And if there was something on the agenda that he was here to represent, he would wait until everyone else left, and he'd be the last one sitting. He died a week ago yesterday and was laid to rest on Thursday. He started with the city in 1977 under former Mayor Thomas F.X. Smith, and working for the city of Jersey City was his life. It literally was not just a job for him, it was his life. And he's lost his life, and I hope if there's an eternal life, that he has a fulfilling one. And if we can have a moment of silence for Steve Miller, that would be terrific. Thank you very much. I wrote a resolution honoring him. It will be on, it's on your agenda. Thank you for that indulgence, council members. Council President, take it away.
Okay, we'll start with the two ordinances, 3.6 and 3.7. So if we can have Ernest Borgia, John Hallinan, and Jim McCann come to the front. And John has a need to get out earlier, so we're going to get them up first. And you're here for this, right, John?
Yes.
Okay.
We like that.
You got lucky, Jim.
Now, less billable hours.
I know.
And Councilmember, by way of color, Jim McCann is obviously the applicant. John drafted the financial agreement that you see in your packet in consultation with Mr. McCann, and Ernie wrote the tax collector's assessment, which is also in the packet for both abatement requests.
Sorry, I never get to go first.
What's
so I
that?
didn't have my stuff.
I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Councilman Yun?
What is item number?
3.6 and 3.7.
First reading ordinances. They are a 30-year tax exemption for a mixed market rate affordable rental project to be rehabilitated by NC Housing Associates, number 100, Urban Renewal Company, and 3.7, approving a 30-year tax exemption for a mixed market rate affordable rental project to be rehabilitated by NC Housing Associates, number 200, Urban Renewal Company.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jim McCann. I'm here representing the applicant for both of the ordinances and agenda items that Bob just described. The first one is NC 100, which is agenda item 3.6.
That is what I first read, yes.
Right, that is.
That
okay.
is for NC Housing Associates number 100.
100. Now, there's two agenda items. The other one is NC Housing Associates 200, which
That's
is the next item,
3.7.
3.7. So they're very similar projects. So I'm going to give you an overview of NC 100, then NC 200, but at some point we might talk about them together because they're similar. But NC 100 is a mixed-use project. It has market rate units, it has affordable housing units, which are moderate income units, it has commercial, and it has parking. Now, this is a project that was initially built in 1991, in the early 90s, the late 80s, but really came online, I think, in 1991. It was originally an and still is, an NJFMHA project. So it was financed through that agency, and it received a 40-year tax abatement from the city of Jersey City pursuant to the statute that goes with NJHMFA projects. So all in all, the project has 111 affordable housing units, and the current tax abatement that is in effect right now.
One development, 100?
It's for 100.
111 units.
111 affordable housing units. It has 497 market rate, but it has 111 affordable housing units in it. So that's the current project that is there as we speak right now. And it has a 40-year tax abatement on it at a rate of 6.28% of annual gross revenue. That's the tax abatement that the city granted in 1991.
Mr. McCann,
Yes,
you're asking us to give a 30-year tax abatement for these two projects?
yes.
They're requesting, they've applied for a 30-year abatement.
Still, I think all the taxes have gone up throughout this city here, unbelievable.
Well, this is a partially an affordable housing project, so hopefully you'll hear me out at least and listen to what I have to say. So,
Let's allow Mr. McCann to complete his presentation.
okay, so let's leave that project for there right now, because then I want to tell you about the other project, because it's almost the same. So the other project is NC 200. It has 731 market rate units, but it also has 160 affordable housing units. Again, moderate income units. And this project was also constructed in 1991. They're sister projects. They have the same type of financing as the NC 100 project, NJHMFA financing. It has also a 40-year tax abatement on it, which is the exact same term as the other projects. So they're very similar in that regard.
What's the name of the buildings, James? People probably know them better.
All right, so we're going to get there in just 1 second, okay?
What was the annual service charge on these?
So the annual service charge on both projects pursuant to the current financial agreement is 6.28%. That's standard NJHMFA rate, at least back in that day. And that's still the rate that applies to the project now, and the project is paying a service charge to the city right now, both projects, based upon that percentage. So now I'll show you where the projects are. So now these projects are right in the midst of the Newport community. This is the Newport community, and NC 100, it's now called Waterside North and Waterside South, and it's literally right on the waterfront. NC 200 is Parkside West and Parkside East. It's 1 block from the waterfront. So these are 2 affordable housing projects that are located right by the Newport Mall, right by Mass Transit, which is the light rail, as well as the PATH station. They're on the Jersey City waterfront. There's a park right up here, Newport Green, waterfront walkway. All the NC housing, all the Newport commercial buildings are basically within walking distance. So you basically have right now 271 affordable housing units that are regulated by the NJHMFA on the waterfront. The reason I'm telling you that is because I've been appearing before this council for a long time, and I've heard lots of council people over the years say that we really need to keep or have affordable housing on the Jersey City waterfront or in the downtown area. Well, these are 2 existing projects that are already there, already in the midst of the Newport area where there's lots of services, lots of employment opportunities, lots of mass transit opportunities, both to New York and throughout the Hudson County area. It's a really good place to have affordable housing, and I think it's a really good place to keep affordable housing. So, and so these buildings are existing. They were constructed around 1991. And the reason that we're here now is because it's getting to be time to start renovating and rehabilitating these buildings because they're almost 30 years old or just about 30 years old. Councilor? No, keep going. So, right now, there's a $65 million mortgage on both of these properties.
How much?
$65 million.
Each one, 65 each.
No, total. Total. The reason that we're here is because we want to renovate, Newport wants to renovate these buildings. They want to keep the affordable housing in place and actually increase it by 28 units. They want to put 28 more affordable housing units, 10 in one building, 18 in the other building. They also want to renovate the building. We can't go back to the NJHMFA.
How many units you said, 28 or 48?
We're going to add 28 units, 10 to one project, 18 to the other project. The reason we can't go back to the NJHMFA for financing to renovate the project is because their program, you can only borrow the amount of money that you owe. You can't borrow more money. To renovate both of these projects, it says in my application, we estimate the cost of renovation for both projects to be about $40 million. So Newport wants to borrow basically somewhere around $100 million at this point. Pay off the old debt. Now when you pay off the old debt on the property, the tax abatement that's on the property also terminates, as does the affordable housing obligation. Everything terminates at the same time. So if you pay off this mortgage, there's no more obligation to have affordable housing, and the applicant loses the tax abatement. The project goes back to conventional taxation. Newport doesn't want to do that. They want to, as I said, renovate the project, keep the affordable housing, add 28 more units, and hopefully get another tax abatement from the city of Jersey City that will keep these units as affordable units, exactly as they are now, for another 30 years. That's basically the ask that we have right now. Now, just let me give you an idea. And
Could I ask some questions?
Yes, you can.
Just to clarify on the original abatements. Right, so those were issued by
City of Jersey City.
By the city.
Yes, sir. So they were issued under the NJHMFA statute, which is a different statute than the long-term tax exemption law. But nevertheless, at the time in the early 90s, Newport and the HMFA came to the city and said, this is a project, it's going to be approximately 80-20 affordable housing market. We'd like it to get a tax abatement, and the city granted it a tax abatement under that statute. 6.28% gross revenue. And it's been that way for 30 years. There's no
6.28% based on the entire
annual gross revenue for the whole project. So the market rates are at 6.28, the commercial, the parking, and the affordable units, all at the same percentage.
Now, is the parking currently, do the residents pay for the parking in addition to?
They do, and the parking is at market rate. There's no discount. There's no discount on the parking. It's not part of the affordable program by the HMFA.
Now you said originally it was a 40-year tax abatement, but
Yes,
the
sir.
buildings are only 30 years old, so it's still 10 years left for a
Yes.
tax abatement?
Yes, this tax abatement can stay in effect until 2028. The problem is
As is.
As is, at 6.28%, because the existing tax abatement has no increases in it at all. It's just a flat rate, both projects for the entire 40 years.
Can I follow?
So, I guess,
how is it written such that Newport can terminate it 10 years early and thereby terminate the affordability protections?
Because the restrictions only apply if the debt is in place. So if you have the money to pay off the debt, then the restrictions dissolve, as does the tax abatement.
And the debt, excuse my ignorance, you're paying off the debt to NJFMA?
Yes,
Okay, and they allow for the payment of debt early?
yes.
Do you have to get some sort of approval from them to do it, or you just do it?
We have whatever approvals are needed to do this. That's why we're,
Can you share that with us?
yes,
Whatever-
if an
whatever-
approval is needed, yes.
Whatever NJFMA, well, I guess whatever communication you have with NJFMA.
If there is such a thing, yes, I would give it to you,
Okay.
certainly. But I'm 100% sure that the affordable housing restrictions at this point can be terminated by the owner of the project, Newport.
Can you get us that language?
Just asking.
Yeah, sure. If there's something I need to give you for that, I will do. Yes.
So I guess what we asking for is a 30-year tax abatement, 10 years left on the project, which ultimately means you want another 20 years. And at a higher service charge.
I'm asking for another, the application's asking for another 30 years, and yes, at a higher service charge. So
30 years on top of the 10 years, or 10 years?
30 years starting now, so like say 2020. So I guess Councilman, you're right that it would be a net of an additional 20 years. Because the one that's in effect now would be canceled, and then we're asking for a new 30-year tax abatement. Now, let me just explain one more thing to you. Here's what you have right now in place. This is 6.28% on the affordable units, on the market units, on the commercial, and on the parking. So for the next 10 years, that's the service charge, that's the percentage the service charge is going to be based on. In 2018, this is what the project collected in service charges. NC 100, just over $1.1 million. NC 200, just over $1.6 million. What we're asking you to do, because we know, Newport actually knows that you're not going to give another flat 6.28%. So what they're asking for is, on the affordable units, including the 28 that they add to the project, which they will commit to do for the projects, 6%. But 10% on everything else, market, commercial, parking. So we're offering to keep the affordable housing and pay more of a service charge to the city, which brings it up to $1 million. This is in your application, $1.7 million and $2.5 million. That would be the service charge you would collect instead of, for the next 10 years plus, instead of this. So we're offering to pay the city more
What
money.
is the,
Very
there's a
simple.
note underneath that can only see part of it, plus
Oh.
getting them at 2%?
Yes, because if the city were to give us a new tax abatement, we would also have to pay the county service charge, and the city has an administrative fee. So that's included. That's not included in these numbers. That's why it's not.
That's in addition to.
Because it's not really a service charge. They're fees that the city doesn't.
I just want to be clear with what you have.
Yes, and that's reflected in the application. Yes. Okay.
Mr. McCann, you're asking the homeowners of Jersey City, who just got a rebound, to subsidize one of the richest developers in the country for 30 years. That's unbelievable.
I think what I'm really asking is, there's 271 affordable housing units. I'm asking for permission to increase it to 299 and keep
He's still making
these
money.
units in place.
You're still making money if they're affordable housing units, and he keeps them as affordable housing units.
Well, here, just so you get an idea, this is in my application. So these are the rents that are currently being charged for NC 100 under the program that's in effect. You can see up here, this is a one-bedroom, 2,200 a month. This is a market rate unit. Down here, it's less than half for an affordable unit based upon the 80% of AMI. This is all regulated by the NJFMHA. So if you take a look at this, the rents are about 50% of current market rents. And that goes for both projects. Both projects, 2,100 a year, 1,100 a year. The
That's
diff-
1396 for a 3-bedroom?
Yes, sir. On
What's
the,
up?
on the Jersey City waterfront, in walking distance from all the services that I described to you before.
Question, all of the affordable units are at 80% AMI, right?
Our proposal is at 6% the affordable unit.
No, the,
Oh, 80% of AMI,
All
yes.
the affordables
Yes,
are at
Councilman,
80%
yes.
AMI. And then, when you are looking to add additional affordable units, are you asking to add additional units to the building in your renovation, or are you taking existing units and converting them to affordable units?
That's a great question. We are gonna take market rate units and make them into affordable units. So we're not gonna increase the number of the units in the building. We're just gonna have fewer market rate units. Thank you for asking that. It's the same on both projects.
So we're gonna do, I guess you said a few $1 million of upgrades. Are you?
40 million.
Should be a 40 million.
Roughly.
So how are you planning on transitioning? Are you putting people out? Are you bringing new people in? Is it still gonna be the same leases that's there now? Like, for the people who's there, are you planning on removing them?
No, sir. No, sir.
So how do you plan on, like, transitioning?
Well, you have to renovate around them. You have to ask them for permission to come in and do some renovation in their apartments. Some of the renovations are to the building systems because they're getting old. So boilers, air conditioners, lobby, all those kinds of things. But no, nobody is going to be evicted in order to do the renovations.
So how do you change a market rate unit to an affordable unit, or all the units not built?
There's some vacancy to the market rate. So as there's vacancies, they would be replaced with affordable units,
But
yes.
there's no timeline for when these units will go from market rate to affordable.
So we could probably work that out. I'll go back and ask the client, but that's something I didn't think to ask them. But
Because if they're gonna keep renewing their lease at that price, if they can't qualify for 80%, what's their justification for moving?
that's a great question. So there's a lot of units here, right? We're talking about over 1,000 units. There's going to be 28 vacancies to the market rate. The turnover in downtown Jersey City for market rate apartments is pretty good. People move out, they move to a new building. So
But then can you give like an approximate, an idea of what the turnaround is? Or the.
for the market rate units,
Turnover, yeah.
market rate units, my general understanding from all my clients in downtown Jersey City is the turnover at a rate of like 30% or more, like, because there's so many new buildings going up. So people move out of one building, move into the other. Just one last thing. These are the sizes of the apartments as they exist today. So a 3-bedroom unit is 1,351 in this project and 1,100 square feet in this project. These are big units. The reason why is because in 1991, Jersey City was a different place. It wasn't as expensive to build. So these are affordable housing units that are legitimately 2-bedroom, not over 900 square feet, over 800 square feet. I don't think you could repeat this. I'm not sure anywhere in Jersey City, but certainly not anywhere in downtown Jersey City right now. The sizes of these apartments. And it's already there, it's all already there. It's gotta be, I think I've had this conversation with the council before, it's gotta be the cheapest way to preserve or increase affordable housing is to keep what you have and renovate it rather than try to build new.
So what's the plan? Are you gonna renovate the affordable units the same exact way you have the market rate units? Because I'm assuming you may go in and put some new cabinets, maybe some windows to the building, $40 million, right?
Windows, and it would be the same throughout.
The same exact features in a market rate that's in the apartments.
Yeah, I'm not saying that cabinets are gonna be done, but whatever's being done in the building is being done to the market rate and the affordable together.
the same standards.
Same standard. It's not gonna be we're gonna renovate the market units and then not renovate the affordable units. apartments. That's not the case, sir.
So in other words, you're asking every homeowner in this city to put up 30 years, so left black one of the richest developers, and have 30-year tax abatements. I mean, we're not giving tax abatements throughout the city right now because of all the problems. And I think it's political suicide if anybody that votes for a tax abatement.
So, then, can I start?
Can I add one more thing? Just so there's no misunderstanding. So the applications that were filed ask for a 30-year tax abatement. At the end of 15 years, they ask for permission from the city that if somebody moves out in year 16, that they can then rent that unit out at market rate housing instead of affordable housing. I just need you to think about that for a second. At the end, in year 16, they can start renting units out at market rate. The reason for that, the reason that's in the application is because Newport would hope you would agree to an orderly transition at some point, 15 years from now, from affordable housing to market rate housing for those units, rather than just carry them all to the end and then have people have affordable units and then have to at some point get out of them when the affordable term ends. And the reason why they're asking for the 15 years is because there's literally no turnover for these apartments. I have statistics that say, I'll tell you how many, there's out of 271 apartments, in 2015, there was turnover of 16 apartments. Nobody moves out of these apartments because they're nice, because of their location, because of the rent, and because of the size of the units. So I just wanted to be clear, that's in the application that's been filed with the city.
Council members, other questions?
You said 15 years that you're gonna ask that you can start moving people, turning them into market rate? That's,
Yes, Councilman.
And why should we give you 30 years of our taxpayers' money and us that are paying high taxes to live in the city?
Because you're still getting the benefits. So let's say in the year 16, let's say 5 people move out. Out of 299 affordable housing units, there's still 294 of them in place. Let's say that in year 17, 10 people move out. Okay, so there's 10 less units, 10 less affordable units, but there's still over 280 of them still in place. Because people don't move out of these units. It's like in New York where units are rent controlled. Nobody ever wants to move. That's the situation for these kinds of buildings.
You should read the latest survey by Stanford University in California about rent control and actually how it harms the people. I have it in the office, I got it from Stanford.
Well, that's what we're trying to avoid though, Rich, is that step where the rent goes from $1,100 a month to $1,800 because it goes from affordable to market. So it would be a gradual turnover of the building. That's the concept behind it, for that very reason.
All I know is if I go through it, my wife told me she'll throw me out of the house. We're tired of the tax abatement.
All that Newport's really asking here is to continue the existing tax abatement, because there's a tax abatement for 6.28%. Newport's willing to pay the city more money, add 28 affordable units, basically get the go-ahead. Then they can then go get the money to renovate the building and keep the quality of the housing that's there on the waterfront in Jersey City.
Okay, can I start then? No?
Councilman Young.
Yes.
It's gonna take only a while, but we're gonna look at it, all the facts. First things, the construction, rehab costs around $150 million, correct?
The information in my application is around 100.
100 million, okay, 150, 100 million doesn't matter. But the $100 million should not come out from the benefit from the tax abatement. The $100 million supposed to come out depreciation they get the tax benefit from federal tax and the state tax by depreciation, then money should be reserved there over the years, then money should be used for rehab the building. That's number one. Number two, if we do tax abatement on this one, over the 30 years, they pay like a $4 million, but if they pay conventional tax, they have to almost $210 million. So the difference is almost 10 times different than what they're supposed to be paid. And that actually not only hurt the normal taxpayer, that hurt our public school. If you guys, and also if you see the fiscal analysis that they tell you very clear, order to provide the actually luxury building compared with any other part of the Jersey City, and we as a regular homeowner taxpayer almost subsidize $800,000. So even though you guys pay over the 30 years, you pay $24 million, but almost we subsidize $1 million every year, next coming 30 years, that means we get nothing. You understand? Because what we subsidize, almost $900,000 a year, 30 years of $27 million. Over the 27 years, you pay annual service charge only $24 million. So we, as a taxpayer, as revenue-wise, zero, plus we gotta subsidize all those. So now, listen, tax abatement, and let me go a step forward. City of Jersey and this council and the mayors, we try to working include joining any new building, we try to make sure 20% affordable housing units. So when they build the 30 years ago and today, and in the future, affordable housing market will be changed. You know what I'm saying? Because those days, past 30 years, city really not pay attention for affordable housing. But now on, almost every project they build, we're going to put 24% affordable housing, maybe close to 30, but who know what, based on agreement between council and the mayor. But at least we're going to make sure 20% affordable housing. So maybe without you guys, we can manage that affordable housing citywide. If you ask the city council, looking for 30 years of tax abatement in order to keep the affordable housing units, if you ask just a tax abatement for affordable units in itself, it makes sense and it's more practical. But if you ask market rate units for tax abatement, listen, you just say that because that word make me actually pick up me that, oh, city get more dollars. That's why over the years, city council elect officer misinform the taxpayer with Jersey City. You know, enough is enough. I got nothing personal problem with you guys, and the developer try to maximize their profit, they can ask what they want. But end of the day, we gotta look at that. Is it benefit to taxpayer? But if you see all the numbers very clear, we cannot see any benefit to regular taxpayer. And I, as a taxpayer, I have no intention to subsidize their luxury building other than affordable housing units. So if you ask tax abatement for affordable housing, maybe this council can be reconsidered or considered. But if you ask their luxury rest of market value units for only 10% annual service charge, I don't think so. Plus, another one I'm going to bring up this one. How all those years, as you see that the rent increase was extremely changed before 30 years of today, I want to know how many millions of dollars you pay to City of Jersey for excess profit. I'm pretty sure probably zero, if it's a lot, maybe $1 million. But if you see 30 years and today, their rental and their revenue their project is a huge increase. But you guys have never voluntarily paid excess profit to the City of Jersey City. We, at the City of Jersey City, we should be looking at their book, well, we gotta hire the CPA or outside auditor. We should, over time, to look at their book, how much they cheat the taxpayer of Jersey City based on their contract.
So actually, if I may, I would concur that we should look at your books for for the current tax abatement for the 30 years, so that we can assess what the financial impact was for Jersey City, right? So we can look at what revenues we gained, and if there was potential excess profit, I don't know. I'm not making that suggestion. If there was and it wasn't paid, we should certainly reconcile that and make sure that that's taken care of, particularly if it was knowingly not paid. But I have no information that suggests that anything like that. So that's more for our tax collector and others to be able to provide us as well, and to work with the developer to provide us information about. I would personally like to know on the first 30 years, or whatever the term of this abatement is already currently, what revenues were collected from the city, by the city, and how it also broke down across those different properties, right? So you said parking, commercial, et cetera, what the numbers were there, so we can kind of assess what that looks like for the proposal going forward in that sense, right? So if you could provide us that information, we'd appreciate it. I'd also like to know what you were reporting to HMFA on all of this? And
Yes, the
filing-
project is regulated by that
and
agency.
regulated and filing compliance reports, I assume, of sorts?
Yes.
Not necessarily with the city of Jersey City.
So the rents are determined in part by the agency.
By HMFA,
Yes.
right? But the city itself wasn't, and this is more to the city, folks, did we have a monitoring and compliance component here that we,
No.
for the past 30 years?
I
or-
could answer that. I don't believe so. The NJHMFA regulates this project on an annual basis. I don't believe the city regulates it at all. And I don't think they have to, because it's an arm of the state. The state
So if,
does it.
knowing that you're coming to us for a tax abatement, I'd like to know your history with regard to compliance with the HMFA requirements around that.
So I know the answer to that. I know the project is in good standing with the agency. Both in terms of the rents that they're to be charged. In fact, they're charging for some of these units less rent than they would be entitled to charge under the NJHMFA's regulations. That's one thing. The other thing is, I know the building is inspected by that agency, and it's been determined to still be in good condition. Both buildings, all four of them, both projects.
So that, I'd still like to see the compliance reports from, if you file with HMFA with regard to particularly the affordability requirements, because you're asking us to extend an abatement to be able to support your affordable units, so we want to make sure that you in fact have compliance with affordability. You say yes. With no disrespect intended, I'm not just taking you at your word. I want to see some written evidence that suggests that there was actual compliance on that. So.
Okay, so now let me add this one. If you see that all the lists of the capital improvement, replace all windows with a new floor ceiling windows. If I see the item, they have a long-term capital improvement and the short-term. All those things you guys actually come from the depreciation capital reserve fund, not from the tax abatement. So this kind of excuse as the tax abatement, they have no ground. Okay, this $60 come from you guys depreciation reserved account from pay for this expense, not from the tax abatement. And
So-
also, I'm going to add one. I try to not want to say that, but one of the tenants, they call us, my office. They complain they have a forces problem and a lot of problem. They call the management company so many times, nobody responds, and they get really upset. They guys treat that tenant because of affordable housing units, no response why they ask the top demand. If they're not providing repair.
For
So
these
I told them-
projects?
Yes. You know what I told them?
Which
that-
one? Which one,
I'm
Councilman?
not going to tell them, because you know what? They complain that they ask repairing a lot of different things, and then nobody show up. And then they ask us that they are what they call that their tax amount going to expire, that affordable housing. Now they try to push them. So before city council, I like to really see that all the affordable housing people live there. They come to us, council. They treat you properly, very good. They should deserve something. Then we talk about it. Tax abatement to affordable housing only, and also you ask 10%, and the most people is 13, 14%. Actually, listen, ask so much, you have a right to ask. But actually, I'm not feel comfortable, just give the blind, just give away, those times is over. I'm pretty sure I'm not one myself. I think every individual council has the same page with, maybe not, but I'm pretty sure majority council put same page with me, you know what I'm saying? So please, come out different proposal. If they ask us just tax abatement, maybe we consider it. And the market rate, they should pay market commission tax the way we pay. All right, I don't know.
So-
more questions.
Anyone else have questions? I have plenty of questions as well, so, anyone else have questions?
Sure. Jackson, my question, can you respond to the Councilman's argument around that you have a tax rate to cover the depreciation of the asset, so you should be able to use your own reserves to do this, as opposed to requiring a tax base to do it?
That's practical.
So I'm not a tax attorney, so in terms of income tax and that kind of thing, so I really can't respond to that with any specificity, but all I can tell you is that the reserves that get set aside for these projects are good for some things and can be used to renovate some parts of the building, but if you want to do a larger type of renovation, like any other building in the world, a reserve is not equipped to do that, just as a general answer to your question.
Does NJF, HA, do they have programs where you have an existing affordable housing program with them that you can apply to them and say, you know, we're looking to maintain the affordability protections beyond the amount required?
So I believe the answer to that's no. That's why I'm here, because we can't borrow any more than the $65 million that's owed on the projects currently. So that's what, from that agency. So that's the issue.
Sorry, so you could borrow up to the $65 million today?
You can only borrow up to the existing debt, yes.
Okay. But so you could go back and say, well, we still have $65 million in debt, borrow up to $65 million.
Well, we have that, so all we could do is pay off the existing debt and get a different interest rate and.
I mean, I think I would just love to reach out to HFMA, just sort of hear their understanding of how this program operates and what the options are, just at a minimum. An information request, I didn't know what the council president asked, can you give us the rent registrations for these buildings over the last, say, 10 years?
So these buildings aren't registered with the city of Jersey City.
They don't fall under our registration?
They don't, because there's preemption applies to these buildings because they're state financed by the agency and totally state regulated.
Okay.
So they haven't registered,
So
and they're
they
not.
don't file the annual rental registration in the city?
I don't believe so, no.
Is there, so I guess the question is, you can send us whatever reporting documents you send that to HFMA as well, get those. And, you know, let me, I guess, I asked some questions about the financial analysis, which I think is for Ernie, when we switch chairs. I just want to make just a general policy sort of overview for the full council, which is we don't have nearly enough affordable units in downtown and on the waterfront. So I would be interested in thinking through how do you make sure that we have these preserved, but similar to Councilman Lee's statement, getting rid of the restriction of 15 years, I think is a complete non-starter. If we're doing this, we're doing it to preserve units, not to preserve them for a short period of time. And tax abatement should be directly focused on the affordability and not on the other issues. So, I think to the extent to which there's a conversation to be had, I don't know, but correct me if I'm wrong, for waterfront, this council has the ability to make amendments.
Absolutely. The way we've done it in the past is if there's an amendment that benefits the developer,
Right.
that would be considered a substantial change. We need a new first reading. If there's a change that benefits the city, then it's considered a non-substantial change because the city would be the one getting the benefit and go forward in the second reading. Now, all those amendments, however, also you have to have the assent of the developer. Obviously, the applicant is making the application. If you make an amendment that the applicant finds unacceptable, obviously that is a contract.
They won't sign.
Exactly.
So let me put
Mr.
this
McCann,
way.
is that fair?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Can-
Yes,
Can I
Council.
say this way? If over the 30 years, if their project pay conventional tax, they pay around $200 million. So school tax is currently like around 25%. The school, public school of New Jersey can collect around $50 million. But if we give to them tax benefit, the way you guys ask, the public school collect not more than $2.4 million. So anybody in this room to want of funding for public school and any council people support this one, then they speak two things with one same mouth. It's a time is over. Now I'm going to tell you one more thing.
I'm going to correct you.
No, no.
Hold on, but when we passed the resolution that Councilman Panzeri helped draft, it says that 25% of future abatement revenue would go to the schools. I assume that's been executed between the schools and the city, so I would assume that we would be putting this money into the schools.
As a resolution in that going to the administration, it's advisory from the council. My understanding is the administration is looking to execute that for any future abatements.
So then,
The intent of the council has been identified, the administration is accepted to do that.
Okay.
but you know what? You gotta be very careful. If we give to the tax abatement, they not pay tax, they pay fee. Because of the city of New Jersey doesn't require to annual service charge fee come from the tax abatement, don't have to be contributed to public school. But now, mayor changed his policy, whatever we collect annual service fee, he willing to 10% of annual service fee what we collect to share with the school. Now, you guys come up 25%. Then what we're gonna be, city of New Jersey share is down. Whatever is down there kind of amount, we gotta collect it somewhere. Who is the sum? Regular taxpayer again. So please, tax abatement is one of the tools to make extra windfall profit for the developer is time is over. We want to go actually tax abatement when they have a necessary for the affordable housing unit. Yes, we understand because of their income isn't, their benefit, not benefit, profit is not much the way expected market rate. So we try to have some portion of that. But we don't want developer to use the tax rate to make extra profit for themselves. So please, my strong recommendation is that we waste the back and forth time, or we can first read that we can kill that introduction, they're going to hurt. Maybe voluntary withdraw, come out better plan to propose the city council actually more safe play. So my recommendation, withdraw, come out different proposal package to something we can understand this council, and we can agree with you guys.
So the application that's before the council now is our proposal. I understand that you do not favor tax abatements, Councilman, and I understand that you don't want to give tax abatements to market rate units, but under any law, you have to tax abate the entire property. So you can't just tax abate the affordable units and not the market units. Just hear me out, please. The other thing I do understand is normally there is an analysis between conventional taxation and the annual service charge. And I understand that. I've been doing this a long time, and those are all good points. But I think the overriding factor here is that there's 271 moderate income affordable housing units on the waterfront in a highly desirable location. That is worth something to the city. I believe it has to be. And secondly, the developer's willing to add 28 more units to those two projects. I don't know how many projects have come before you in the past 6 months that has 28 units that they can just put into an affordable housing project. That's got to be worth something also, because the developer is saying, I will not take a market rate rent on those units. I will cut it down to whatever the agency rate is. So those have to be valuable things, I believe, to the city. The other thing is, just hear me out. Look, this is what you're getting now at 6.28%. this tax abatement could stay in effect for the next 10 years. The problem is the developer won't be able to get the money to renovate the building. Not a big problem, but for 10 years, this project will not get renovated, but you'll still only get this service charge. So the conventional tax analysis, in my mind, doesn't really even apply here until 11 years from now.
So,
And what we're offering is all the things that I just said, and add, and you're gonna get these service charges, $1.7 million and 2.5, and if you want to give some, if the C determines it, wants to give a percentage to the Board of Education, because that's the mayor's preference, you have extra money to give to the Board of Education.
so you just say that maybe we get there like a $600,000 extra, but we subsidize almost $900,000 of that project. I mean, yes, we collect extra $600,000 and but we subsidize another $800,000. So we lose $200,000. Mathematically, very simple. But now, please, this is what it is.
Affordable housing, though, Councilman, is
No,
it's
this is what
never.
happened. Even though you pay conventional tax for that building, affordable housing, because of commercial building, affordable housing units actually, because of affordable housing, they pay property tax far below than conventional tax already. So those people who live there, your actual project, your property owner, they pay 200 units of affordable housing units. They already 200 units pay below than conventional tax because affordable housing units pay far less property tax than market rate.
That's true.
So I just get that.
So I just showed you. You're now getting, as the city, 6.28%. You're going to get it for 10 more years. The developer's offering to pay you more money than that. The other alternative is they could pay off, the Newport could just pay off the debt. And yes, you're right, then they would be subject to conventional taxation. But gradually, without hurting anybody, because they're not going to kick people out, but gradually, you're going to start losing affordable housing units on the waterfront.
This is what I do. But
Because there'll no longer be an obligation to
No,
keep
let
them
me
there.
tell
So I'd like to chime in at this point.
Okay.
I have questions that I'd like to also get addressed here. So with regard to the annual service charge at 10% for market rate units, is that negotiable? To Councilman Solomon's point is, if the council wanted to amend those terms, would you and your client be prepared to consider changes in those numbers?
Well, right now I don't know the answer to that because this is the first dialogue that I've had with anybody on the council or the administration. So I would have to go back and find those kinds of questions out.
So I would say, for my part, I won't speak for the council, but for my part, knowing that, going into first reading and a vote, whether that's amendable, if it wasn't, then I think it would probably be a non-starter at that point, right? So the other thing is, as far as where...
But the flip side, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Just to be open in the conversation around that. And then the other thing being on the AMI at 80%, as you may know or may not know, there's a discussion about the inclusionary zoning here in Jersey City. This is already an 80-20 based on the tax abatement. But would you consider moving some of the units to 50% of AMI or less over time as vacancies within the affordable units become available, or into the market rates as you add those additional units, maybe make some of those 50% or less AMI. And then the last thing on the affordability restrictions, the expiration of those affordability, you're saying 15 years. I would agree with my colleagues here. We've talked about that we'd be looking to preserve it and extend it and not looking to reduce it. So would that be a conversation or a point or that you'd be willing, you and your client would be willing to discuss and potentially amend to another years or terms in that regard? And then lastly, if I can just say for the administration, wanted to get those numbers, the financial analysis, how much money was revenue generated over the term of the life of this abatement. For us, if you could break that down annually for us over that period. And then in addition, I want to ask, could you, I don't know, if you could, if you could break that down annually for us over that period. And then in addition, what I want to ask, could you, 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 I want to ask, could Normally, when the tax abatement would come before the council, it would go through the tax abatement committee, right? So that didn't happen here, as far as I know, but I could be wrong, maybe it happened without me. And we would normally ask those questions about whether there's compliance with housing code issues and things of that nature. Have we done the check on all of these things, and is everything in compliance? And I know you probably tell me as well, but I'm looking to my city officials to provide us verification on all of these properties. Okay. Other people have questions, council members? Jermaine Robinson?
I just want, just one last question. I know, Councilman Young said, I think the pilot with, was 24 million and regular taxation is 210 million, something like that. The numbers, I don't know if I got them down right. What is the regular taxes on one of the properties over there? What would the taxes be?
You know what?
Market, like.
Councilman, that's probably a question for the gentleman here who's here from the tax collector's office. He could probably give you a better answer, and then I'll chime in if I have anything to say after that.
Well, current assessments right now on the project
Or you just want to introduce yourself for the public?
All right. Ernest Borja. I'm in the tax office. I work predominantly with pilots and long-term agreements, kind of keeping track of a lot of things. And your question was?
So it's 35 and 55. What are the taxes now? Market rate.
I guess under the current assessment, without the pilot, using 2019's rate, it'd be about 5,355,312.
So 5 million for 35 or 5 million for both?
For both.
It's 55 and 35.
Yeah.
So 10 million or 2.5. I'm a little lost.
For NC 100's project that we're talking about.
Right.
The net assessment across both buildings would net about 5 million using 2019's rate.
No. Net, or when you say net, that's the 50% that the city will receive, or?
No, that's the full.
So it would be 5 million
Yeah.
for both buildings.
No, 10 million.
So 10.
This one is 5 million. The other one is like a 4.6 million. That's if we add both projects, we talk about $10 million.
Right. I was just talking about NC 100.
Yes.
So 4.6 and 5 million, and usually as a city we get 50% of that,
Yeah.
which is
Net the
2.4 million.
Yep. And 2 million all across NC 200.
And what was those numbers again, Mr. McCann? Can you show me that? I'm a little.
Ernie, those numbers that show on your assessment.
Currently, what you're getting is the 1,000,002 and the 1,000,006, because it's under the tax abatement. Under the proposal, you get 1,000,007 and 2.5 million. 1,000,007 on 100, 2.5 million on 200.
All right, one more time, Ernest. You said NC 100 was the 2.4?
No,
That was
1.7.
The city gets the 2.4.
And NC 200 is just 2 million?
Right.
They seem a little backwards on those numbers, Mr. McCann. One more time, can I see those? I'm a little lost. Because you said we get more for 100, but you say we get less for 100.
Yeah, so one thing I'm not sure of, so for 100, it's it's almost 1,000,008 that you would get under the proposal. For NC 200, it's probably closer to 2,000,006, but.
So I guess it'd be two.
So I can't explain.
We would only get 2 million, but under the proposed plan, we would get 2.6?
No, the numbers that I gave you were using the net assessment as it currently stands, so without an abatement.
Right, but basically what he just said is we get more, 2.6 million, 2.4 million, but we would only get 2 million as a city. Maybe I'm wrong, I'm looking at the numbers wrong, something?
Well, 2.4 again on NC 100. The assessments are on the.
Okay, this is not. No, listen.
Wait,
So
so Councilman,
let's finish this.
Councilman, let me just say one thing. So the assessments for these buildings, Ernie, am I correct in that these are the assessments that went on during the reval?
That's right.
Okay. Now, I don't know, and do you know if the reval company even took into consideration that 20% of these units are affordable housing?
Reval company. screwed all of us?
So, right, so the assessments may not even be remotely accurate, because when you do a real assessment, if you were going to tax court, you would have to take into consideration a number of things, including the fact that 20% of these units are rent restricted. So, and the other thing is, Newport would not have challenged the reval assessments from 2018 because they don't matter. They don't matter to Newport as long as this tax abatement is in effect, Councilman, because no matter what that assessment says, this is what they pay because of this tax abatement. If the tax abatement went away, if everything went away and this project was then subject to conventional tax assessment, Newport would have the opportunity to examine those assessments and determine if they're even remotely accurate. But that's not been done yet. And also to take into consideration that the project has affordable housing and has restrictions.
Now listen to me. Let me make it clear.
Councilor
Just
Robinson, you got-
Councilman Robinson, do you have?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay, Councilman Young.
Thank you.
Yes. So I scratch my head. We pay for rebuild company, how much $1 million we pay?
$4 million.
$4 million, $4 million to rebuild all the property in Jersey City. And they never considered the affordable housing in that area, like 20 units. They not adjusted their property assessment, city assessment. That means we should ask the money back from the rebuild company.
So let me qualify, like, that's my opinion. Ernie doesn't know the answer to that.
Okay.
But I don't believe, based upon those assessments, that that's an affordable housing assessment. But,
So if you come out 2 projects, I'm gonna tell you, if we do the either one, number is the way I said, but if you give the 2 projects 30-year tax abatement, the cost of tax bill double it. You know, so as I say, that the 100, whatever is just 100, we actually subsidize 900,000 or 30 years, so $27 million. If we talk about 2 projects, over the 30 years, the taxpayer subsidize $54 million of those 2. And then not only that, we're supposed to collect around $300 or $400 million of tax, commission tax. Instead of do that, maybe we only collect $50 million. And if we look at the other side, we actually losing the school funding for public school. If we give our annual fee to the school, then we gotta find out those amount that the revenue have to someplace else, or we have to raise municipal tax again. So please, those projects to cost of the repairing, they should come from the capital improvement reserve fund, because they over the 30 years they get the benefit out from the capital gain depreciation, income tax, federal, state. Already they have it. Those kind of money, depreciation money, they should be not, as you look at the profit, they should be reserved for capital improvement. Instead, use the reserve fund, they ask to pay. I think that those days gone. Those days gone. And also, we didn't see any benefit. And also, you say still current tax rate, we're going to go another 10 years. Over the next 10 years, if city council passed inclusion zoning affordable housing plan, probably we don't need, even though 10 years later, even though that is expired, we got nothing to lose maybe. So, please, my strong recommendation, the way Councilman James Solomon said that, come up new proposal with the new numbers, or introduce model, maybe with council people is voted down, so kill the whole things. They're up to you guys, but nothing more than that. I can say that as a council person, they feel uncomfortable because already regular homeowner taxpayer, they subsidize last 30 years they took credit already. Enough is enough. We don't want no interest for 60 years now.
so,
All right, thank you.
Let's move on.
I was just gonna say, I appreciate and respect your opinion, Councilman, but we think this is a pretty good deal for the city, the developer, the occupants of the affordable housing, units themselves, and we hope that the council will consider it and take it very seriously.
So you, as the city project property owner, all those things, but you forgot to talk about taxpayer. Because we didn't see any benefit.
Well, when I said the city, I was
The city
including
is a city government. We
taxpayers.
talk about the taxpayers separate. You know, so please.
Councilman Solomon?
So, Ernie, can I grab you again? Just to make sure I fully understand the chart and produce for us here, to get to kind of what Councilman Robbins was asking about.
The assessments.
So the column says ASC with 2% annual increase in fees. Okay, so that describes what would be paid, I'm just looking at NC 100. So that would describe the annual payment made by this project. That year one is year one, and then what is the annual increase?
That's a 2% increase.
Okay.
On both sides.
And that would be written into the abatement, that was every year increase by 2%?
No, it's just a standard annual increase to projection.
It's a theoretical projection,
Where does the projection come from?
just based on the fact that the rents might go up.
Okay, so basically, okay, I got it.
But they might not.
Right,
You know.
understood.
Right.
And then what's the phase-in?
That phasing column uses the comparative analysis between
comparing.
additional taxes versus the actual pilot aid. If it ends up exceeding it, then we'll switch with it.
It's comparing the, correct me if I'm wrong, column 2, which is column 3, I guess, is ASC with 2% annual increase, versus the column that says percentage of conventional, right?
So,
And so whichever's higher
Got it.
is that number, and
Right, which the
Understood.
current tax abatement doesn't
Right,
have,
understood.
because it's under the agency statute.
So according to your kind of estimate, correct me if I'm wrong, Ernie, so you're saying that if we were to approve this abatement as written, okay, they would pay to in full tax, not just to the city, but to all parties, would be that 65 million plus some change, plus that 5% county surcharge, plus the administrative. So you add all three of those together, and you say that would be Newport's annual tax payment, or estimate of Newport's annual tax payment, if we pass this. And then our 209 number is the estimate on how much they would pay based on the assessment, the post reval assessment. Correct. So we're sort of saying how much, in theory, Newport saves based on this abatement. You basically would subtract the 209 minus the, whatever, roughly 70 million over there. And then also, we didn't do a net present value, correct? This is just nominal numbers? Okay, so,
Lloyd, could I just ask one question?
yeah.
Is the 209 the net that the city gets, or the full?
that's the full, the net would be the column, 3 columns over, the 51%.
Got it, yep.
Right, okay.
Yep, understood. Okay.
so would all of these be, and I'm directing this to Jim McCann and your client, negotiable? And what I mean by that is the stage adjustment rates, or Ernie, correct me if I'm wrong, are these amendable? Amendable, rather, I should say?
The years that we.
The years that we put in stage adjustment rates, so like 20%. Right now, for the first 15 years, it's all based definitively on the ASC with 2% annual increase, right? And then in 16 years, year 16, you start a comparison between the ASC with 2% annual increase versus the stage adjustment rate as a percentage of convention, right? So can that be accelerated so that that stage adjustment rate is started earlier?
So I can answer your question
Yeah.
based upon the tax abatement law.
Yeah.
Those, there are stages that can be changed. So it doesn't have to be 15 years, it could be 10. It doesn't have, so those things are in theory negotiable, yes. Whether my client, I think, Ernie, this is based upon the proposal in the tax abatement application, right? Yes.
So for my part, and I'll, again, not speaking for the council, but for my part, if you were to tell me that all the things I just mentioned previously, plus these were negotiable, and we could begin to look at these numbers and figure out if there were numbers that actually worked here, and would cover our school expenses as well as other things as well, that we could begin to kind of look at these numbers and I would say play with them, but for lack of a better word or phrase, say, kind of manipulate some of these numbers to try to figure out if there's a number that works, that we're able to preserve affordable housing, which would be the first priority, first and foremost, while also maximizing kind of, from the city's perspective, our revenues, which.
But I guess I don't know.
Which brings me to and I'm not questioning your intentions here with regard to affordability and trying to preserve affordable housing, but I can't imagine that going full market rate wouldn't be more desirable for any developer, right? At the end of the day, unless you're an affordable housing developer, right? If that's your priority and that's what your goal is, but otherwise, as a for-profit developer, your goal is to kind of maximize your profits, right? So there's a reason why I'm looking to preserve affordable housing with an abatement, because there's an opportunity there to make some money as well. But also, I'm wondering, like, I'm just guessing, and I share this with the council as we go through kind of inclusionary zoning conversations, and there'll be a point in the discussion about kind of financing and looking at financing and seeing where that works. I'm guessing that the financing isn't easy to come by around this, and if you were to like do these sort of $40 million renovations on a pre-existing developments, and that the market's a little bit tighter, if you just speak to that and tell me what your thoughts were on kind of the financing. Like, I mean, you must have done the comparison of running this all market rate and letting it expire, right? And you didn't have to come to us and ask for this thing. You could have just run the numbers and said, like, this probably works out better for me financially, but if you can't get the financing to be able to do it strictly all market rate, then I'm guessing it probably works out better to say, come to the city council and other folks and say, you know, if you give me an abatement, then I can go to the banker or financing entity and say, I've got these sort of assurances, and so you can be able to get guarantees about your
So I'm
return.
not 100% sure of the question, but I'll give you a couple of answers. My understanding from Newport is that they have a mixed-use community down there that has commercial buildings, market rate buildings, luxury buildings, retail, and they want to keep the affordable housing because it's something that they committed to in 1991. It's already there. It makes sense to keep it. It's in a good location. And to just continue it as long as possible is good for the overall community itself, Newport community, as well as the city of Jersey City. The other thing that I can tell you is that there are a limited number of lenders that you can borrow money from to do this kind of renovation. But Newport is a very well-respected developer. They do have a good financial, background. So they believe that if they get this tax abatement, they can get the financing to do the $40 million of renovations.
I'm sure they can get it without.
So,
And
can I just?
Anything else to say, Jim?
I tried to,
Councilman.
first time I tried, you guys come up some numbers, some make sensible numbers, but when I keep hearing, council president, the way they tried, so I'm going to make a clear statement of here. If two projects, we give 30 years of tax abatement, for the record, I'd like to hear the taxpayer jurisdictions to where they're. This two projects are going to be paid $89 million annual surcharge of next 30 years. But if they pay conventional tax, they're supposed to pay $383 million, not $80 million. So $383 million, close to like $4 million. Over the 30 years, the school able to get $100 million school tax. Instead, by mayor's policy, we get 10% annual surcharge. That means school only get $10 million, not $100 million. So $9 million already we underfunding for our public school. If any council person favor that and we try to make a deal out of that, I tell them they are wrong, their places, they're still the wrong place. And not only that, regular small homeowners, senior, they have to be subsidized their project almost $60 million the next 30 years. Come on, give us a break.
And a lot of the people that live in these buildings have gone from being young people to middle-aged people like me because they've been there a very long time.
Listen, the gentrification comes all over the city. Gentrification. We doesn't have to protect the people who live in that area. We have a rest of area. We got so many people. We should be protected for gentrification. And protect the people from gentrification. Cost of we are too much for the taxpayer of Jersey City.
But this project is basically attempting to do that.
Can I say, also, I think, speaking for perspective representing downtown, I think some of the mistakes we made was in building every development that was all luxury. I mean, we basically went from these developments on the waterfront that at least had some degree of affordable housing, late 80s, early 90s, we didn't basically build any affordable housing there for 2 decades, 2+ decades. It was only 4 or 5 years ago when we built the 80-20 projects, and those had huge maintenance and tax to them. So, I value having a diverse mixed community, and many parts of downtown have lost that.
No question about it. That's
so,
why.
But the question, so can I ask this one procedural question? So the council can introduce an amendment, which is obviously one option. Could the applicant voluntarily withdraw and then come back to us and say, we've chosen to make amendments and discussions and bring them back to us? Or is it this point now that they filled out a complete application, it's comes to the council?
Well, I think that's up to the applicant. If the applicant would like to withdraw and work with the council for something, or say, this is my application, I'd like you to vote on it, I think that's really up to the applicant.
I agree.
Let me ask on the procedural question on that, though. If the applicant were to withdraw and then attempt to bring it back, would it then go through a new application process that would then be subject to additional administrative review? And I'll just speak frankly on it, right? These abatement applications have been kind of stiff-armed and kept away from the council for review until it was brought to court this past summer. So, and for folks who don't know, it was basically suggested and threatened again that there would be a lawsuit if this abatement didn't come to the city council for review, because it had been filed long before, and there was a 60-day requirement period to turn it around, and it never got to the city council, and it was finally kind of suggested, you need to do this or we'll file a lawsuit again. That's what happened here. So everyone understands that. So whether or not you agree with it or not, I will continue to say and reiterate that ultimately these applications have to come to the city council, whether we choose to vote for them or not, pass or not. It's within our authority to be able to do that. So, so my concern would be that if it was withdrawn and then having to come back, would it then procedurally, would we then be delaying the process further? And I don't have any horse in this game. I just want to be able to consider these things and review them and be able to come up with a definitive policy or a better policy on these matters going forward for the city council to be able to make determinations and decisions on these matters.
So let me ask
So let me just, I would like to get an answer on that, as to procedurally how that would go and from the administration. If it was withdrawn voluntarily by the applicant, and then they wanted to bring it back with new terms, would it then be subject to a whole other set of reviews where the administration, or is it still coming back to the city council for us to be able to consider that immediately?
Can I just, my understanding of the long-term tax exemption law is that if we withdraw the application that's before the council today and resubmit a new one, just for example, that changed any of the percentages or the term, we would have to file a new application, or at a minimum amend this one. But there's a lot of numbers that go into these things. These are, you have them, they're detailed. So it would have to go back through the entire process again, which I have to presume would take another several months.
So that being said, I respect your opinion on this in terms of like what your thoughts might be, but I would say just from the city council's, from a perspective of the city council and our authority to be able to hear these applications, I would recommend to the council that we approve it through first reading, table it at second, and then have continued to have conversations and discussions about if there were considerations for amendments, if people wanted to contemplate that, then allow it. frankly, if folks don't want to consider that, that's fine. If you're done and that's it, you don't want to even consider it, then vote no. But if, for my part, I'd like to continue to explore this and be able to see what kind of numbers may or may not work here, and see if we can work with the developer on that to be able to preserve affordable housing and achieve other goals, such as funding our schools and other things of that nature as well.
So then why don't you do it this way? That's his opinion.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, first introduction tomorrow, this Wednesday night, city council defeat that whole thing, then it's over. Then we don't have to spend any more time for nonsense, the project 30 years tax month anymore. So I wish you not wish at this point. Let us stay there, then make sure that I want to see that they're where they are individual council members, where they stand, so we can defeat it. Fine is the best way to do that. I think about time to finish that. The 30 years tax month to waterfront is enough. And the numbers that are very clear. What is the cost of taxpayers the next coming 30 years? Number 9 line. People can say anything they want, but the number 9 line. So I can say that. So please. And now, currently existing the tax rate another 10 years to go. Next 10 years, our housing market, our housing, affordable housing units can be different. Then we'll talk about it that time. It's too early to give away. Because why? To me, doesn't make any sense. Still a long way to go.
I think the challenge is I think we need to get some information from HFMA as well as Newport on everything. Why are you guys sort of saying you can eliminate these affordability protections, basically, ASAP? Because I think the councilman's partially agree in the sense that we have 10 more years of protections written in. It was originally a 40-year, but it was a 40-year deal. We're only in year 30. So, I want to keep those affordable protections in place. And, I'm a little bit concerned that this is coming out, but I'd like to at least have NJF and HFMA. This is their system, it's not ours. So how does it work? How can you get out of it? What protections they have in place? And that's all really important stuff for us to know before we make any decision on this.
Well, so I just to give you a little bit of reassurance, I would not be here taking up all of your time. Filed 2 tax abatement applications in May. My client would not have spent all the money to get here if we weren't sure that the affordable housing restrictions were at the point where they can be terminated.
But I would actually, to the council.
Now, I'm not saying I won't try to help you.
As council people, we would not be doing our due diligence if we did not ask
Fair,
questions to get this
fair enough.
information.
But just to give you some reassurance, that I will comply with you.
And for me, my other concern is the start of the phase out after 15 years, like that. I think on a 30-year tax abatement, considering the percentages that we're getting, I'm not quite clear that that's really a good deal for the city and for the residents who are in these apartments.
So for my part, again, if you can give back to whether you're open to negotiation, otherwise going into first reading. Okay.
John, and the tax assessor, do me a favor, 2 things. Because 2018 rebuild, they're missing the affordable housing from the market value of the property. If they file a suit against the tax appeal, please hire the lawyer, file. Meantime, John, we should be make sure that law department and you guys should be, we look into last 30 years, how much they have excess property not paid the city of Jersey, auditing their book, collect extra excess property. Make sure we get dollar. All right, so we'll see it.
Okay.
If they play the hardball, let's play harder.
I'm not playing hardball. First of all, I can reassure you that neither of these projects has ever owed an excess profit, and that whatever financial statements needed to be filed were filed with the agency. So there's not going to be an excess profit anywhere. I'm not playing hardball with anybody. I'm asking. I filed a tax abatement application asking for a tax abatement. It is certainly within everybody here at this table's power to decide yes or no. I'm trying to convince you that it's a good deal for the city. That's all that I'm doing.
Okay. Is there any other questions? Thank you, John.
Thank you, everybody, for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, Doug?
Hour and 22 minutes.
I'll never get that. Doug and John Lynch? Are you guys together or not together?
I have a couple of contract resolutions, I think I'll have to
Couple, it says two. Okay.
Couple is two.
All right.
Okay, good evening, council members.
What do you got, John? I have no idea what he's.
No,
Oh, 10.4? 10.4?
10.4 is a resolution authorizing a month-to-month extension not to exceed 3 months effective September 16th of a contract with Amber Air. They do our heating, ventilation, and air conditioning.
This is just a stopgap extension on the current contract. We're receiving bids for the same contract, which has presently been advertised on the city's website and through the media. We'll be taking those bids on the 24th. So this is strictly just to get us to the point where we can come back with the new contract award.
So let me ask you this one. So when you see that resolution all the way bottom, the total cost of contract extension shall not exceed sum of $110,000. What was the total contract? Was it $244,000? But when you see this year, only 3 months left, then the extension not exceed the sum of not $44,000, not $110,000, $110,000 for 6 months. Because whole year's contract is 220 and the 244. And how the hell you ask more than what city council actually budgeted for this contract? Because based on our proof that your contract, based on $244,000 budget-wise, but only 3 months left, you ask $110,000. You don't have that kind of money in your account. You have done more than $440,000 your account is supposed to be. So this contract, not $110,000. Your contract should say that not exceed more than $404,000.
There's a temporary encumbrancy for $30,000. The total contract amount would not change based on this extension.
No. Whole year, 1 year's contract, $244,000.
Correct.
So that means that January 1st of 2019 to December 31st of 2019, that's 1 year's of fiscal years, total amount which you're looking at not more than $244,000. Now this year, almost gone. 3 months left. 3 months left, how are you going to ask $110,000, not exceed $110,000? You should say that not exceed $44,000. That's where it's the right numbers. Because we never give to you authorization, spend more than what we proved.
As I said, the temporary encumbrancy for this is $30,000, which would bring you to $235,000 for the year, correct?
No.
I understand what you're saying, but let me finish. The $110,000, that's the total contract extension amount. I can talk to the fiscal officer why he put that figure there, but what I'm saying is this is just a contract extension to get us through basically until the next contract.
But contract extension only 3 months.
Correct. What's the
So can we back?
Yeah.
So can we say if it's only 3 months, it should be 1/4 of the contract?
Right.
$110,000 is closer to like 40 to 45% of the contract. So if you're just extending for 3 months, why not extend for, a fourth?
Correct.
Maybe you put a little extra in and it's 30%.
Yeah, 3 months country, you ask $110,000. 3 months country is supposed to not more than $440,000, whatever, But anyhow,
what I can do is I can take the figures back to our
Thank
fiscal
you very
officer
much.
and give you a better answer, but what I can assure you is that we're on track to spend no more than we were budgeted to spend on this particular contract for the year.
How much did we spend already?
Might be end loaded.
205,000.
Yeah.
they spent the $25,000 already, that's what I'm saying. So you spent already $205,000. We gave to you, this city council at the budget time, you're supposed to not for this country not more than $240,000. But you already spent $205,000. So whatever is 3 months left the contract, you're supposed to not more than $44,000.
Okay.
But you put in the $110,000. Where you get the, you're gonna pay by yourself?
I'm sorry?
You're gonna pay by yourself.
What's the contract at for this?
I'm not entirely sure. They bid, this was on a month-to-month extension previously, so we're just going till,
No,
yes.
if you see the back page, they say very clear, current time they spent like a $205,000 already. City, here you go. If you see, 2019 spent so far $205,000. And this city council authorized it to you 2019, not more than $244,000.
Okay,
So balance over that account, you got only $44,000 left. Then 3 months extension, you supposed to not spend not more than $44,000, not ask that $110,000.
well, like I said, that's a figure that the fiscal officer puts in it for a
So
reason. This came up in the last time, he puts in a certain figure. The
Yes,
contract
then-
extension or a contract renewal has to be for the max amount for the contract,
Yes,
as I
then-
discussed with our fiscal officer last time, and I sent
Yeah.
that to the council
Okay,
president.
whichever look at it, tell the fiscal officer they did wrong.
Okay. I'll take the message back from him.
Please.
Like I said, the spending is in line with what we spent previously. It's not
So in other
outside.
words, you're gonna overspend more than what we proved.
No, I'm telling you the
Okay.
opposite. I'm saying that our spending is in line with what it was last year, and it's in line with the budget. It's in line with the budget, the total contract amount that was,
So please, ask
allocated
the
to this.
fiscal officer, because you're not the one, you know what I'm saying?
So
sorry?
we spent 255 last year?
That's
200
correct.
Yeah, $250,000 the last year, and this year city council authorized to spend $240,000, but he already spent $25,000, so balance of that account only $44,000 left. But he put in our ordinance, ask us to give us authorization, the contract, 3 months contract not exceed more than $110,000. Wait a minute, we got only $40,000 left, but you ask us, amend our budget to up to $110,000. We cannot authorize that more than what we proved that. Clear?
I believe so.
Okay, good, thank you very much.
You have another item?
I do.
The next one, Z5.
C5?
No, sir.
10-5?
Excuse me, I'm getting into alphabet soup. That's a month-to-month extension, not to exceed 5 months, as of August 15th, for a contract with Temco Building Maintenance to provide janitorial services for the Department of Public Works, Division of Buildings and Street Maintenance.
This is also a month-to-month extension of a current contract. This is a little more complex than the last one, though. The issue we had here is this was previously advertised. We received the bids. In the process of receiving the bids, the purchasing division received what I guess would be described as a letter of protest from the bargaining unit, which represents the janitorial service workers in Hudson County. They stated that they felt that the bidders were below where they ought to be based on their wage scale. We responded by basically saying that the contract bid specification included basically a term that said that any bidder had to meet the state, federal, and local wage laws. They felt that we should have included their particular wage scale as they're the bargaining unit for the county. We met with Business Administrator Platt, Purchasing Director Folgado, and representatives from the union. In conjunction with those two offices, we decided that we were gonna basically, I don't know what the correct term is, but to cancel that particular solicitation. And then we were gonna do two things. The secondary issue to this was that the bargaining unit's contract with the employers expires on December 31st. So they made what we felt was the reasonable point that the vendors who were going to bid on this would not have reliable wage scale to bid on because they would have an expiring contract which they'd be bidding under. So we agreed that we would extend this until the end of the year, and then we would reissue the proposal as a competitive contracting solicitation, an RFP, in the next year. So that way, the potential bidders would have a new contract with the bargaining unit, which they could bid under, and then we would also, instead of doing this strictly as a as a lowest responsible bidder contract, we would do it as competitive contracting, which again, we'll have to come back for council authorization for that, but that will give us a little more flexibility in the service that we can specify from the eventual winner.
So let me ask you this one. We do that almost every 3 months, that renew the contract. So what is the cost of 3 months cost for us?
Well, I mean, we would have to work it out from the,
Okay, if you do that, don't worry about it, because you are the director, so you guys should know the big number, not small number. So how much city council authorized to budget for this service, yearly service, how much was it?
I believe the amount was about 1.4 million for the year.
$1.4 million.
I believe so.
Okay. So $1.4 million, okay? So it's a September, so we already 2/3 we spent it.
Is anyone else, I'm sorry to interrupt, is anyone else looking at it online?
We're having trouble getting it.
I'm having trouble.
I have it online, Councilman Sullivan, Councilman Robinson do not.
I don't either.
I had about 4 of them that wouldn't come up this weekend.
Yeah, I've been
So-
having trouble. too.
4, yeah. There's only 4 of them.
You put your $600,000, does it make sense?
That's why you need paper.
Mathematically, okay? If the total budget is $2.4 million, at $1.4 million we allocated for this service, and you're gonna have a $600,000 for 5 months of service, this number is right. It's not perfect, but close enough to close the eyes.
The 600,000?
Yeah, it's right. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not.
Well, it's probably a little more than we need as it was in the last
Yeah.
contract. But again, as I said, the extension amount is the total contract amount, as I learned from previously questioning the fiscal officer when I came back with the last council.
But this is okay, but the other one, you gotta speak with the fiscal officer, okay?
Understood, yeah. But as I said, both contracts were confident they're within the parameters of what was set with the budget.
So just add to, before I forgot, because we left a message in the office, that the Caucus Road and the Nelson Avenue, they have like a hill, there was a weak roads of like almost 6 foot. I think we sent an email to cut the grass, but they didn't do that.
Caucus and Nelson?
Yeah, Caucus and Nelson.
Okay, all right, that might be county property, because Caucus
No,
is a
that's
county.
our
It's our
property.
property, okay.
Yes.
That's no problem. All right, just make sure,
You guys can discuss this
yeah,
offline.
just include me on the emails, because my council, like, the office staff is great, but I just want to
So
make
we're
sure
done
I'm
with this
aware of anything
Temco?
like that.
Yeah, it's okay, this one.
Good night, Doug.
Yeah.
Good night, Councilman. Good night, Councilman.
Could I just get for that TEPCO, so you have the scale wage for Hudson County?
Yeah.
Can we get
Well, the issue was, yeah, they have one currently, but their contract is expiring in December 31st. So
Right.
their case was that the next contract should be bid under the new contract that they have with the employers.
that our contract, that you're saying our contract with an outside vendor should be bid on based on their new scale?
Basic, yeah.
So we're holding off temporarily until their new scale becomes available?
Yeah.
But we don't know when they're gonna resolve their contract situation in the county, I would assume, right?
Their contract, it expires December 31st. So, I mean,
And so you've temporarily extended this through till when? I can't see it, I don't have it.
December.
yeah, this goes till, December.
So you're hoping that they're gonna resolve their contract?
Yeah.
Pass between now and
Yeah,
then?
I mean, the issue is, and I think it's a reasonable one, that, they're required to pay those wages. So the vendors would need to know what those wages are before they can responsibly bid on our contract.
I mean, based on their current contract, how do our wages compare to what their wages are in their current contract?
We pay them under their union, the vendor's employees, Temco's current employees are paid under the 32 BJ contract. So I don't know the actual wage scale, I can get that for you. I don't have.
Is Hudson County 32 BJ?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, that's who wrote the letter to the business administrator. And
So the cost per hour more than $15, you mean? County one?
I don't want to say what it is because I don't know off
Pretty
the
sure
top of my
it is.
head.
Right now, they're negotiating to try to get to $20. I think they're like 16 to
Yeah, that's yeah, exactly.
around there. They just started negotiations, and trying to get to 20.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Council President, thank you.
Thank you.
John, you're here for which one?
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll bring up Margaret, and then Margaret, then Andrew, and then we'll do the folks from VA. Margaret's got 10-7 and 10-10. 10-7 is a resolution authorizing the risk manager to issue a certificate of insurance to Urban Edge Properties doing business as the Hudson Mall.
So this is just permitting the city to issue a certificate of insurance for our annual Senior Health Expo. Everybody got a flyer in their mailbox today when I got here. So that's happening next week on Wednesday during the day. And this resolution just makes sure we have ourselves covered for it. We've been doing this event here for the last 19 years, and this is the 32nd annual one. Prior to the Hudson Mall, it was at the Newport Mall. And about 20 years ago, we moved it. So,
Okay, any questions? I don't think so.
No?
Thanks, Margaret.
standard.
And
10-10?
intergovernmental agreement with Hudson County in connection with a grant application for Hudson County, Jersey City Transitional Grant Areas fiscal year 2020, funding the fund various program services, AIDS patients.
This is an annual resolution that we do permitting the city to enter into a grant application with the county for AIDS prevention funding through the Ryan White program. The Ryan White AIDS program has been around for the last decade or so, and the city and the county enter into it jointly. The city administers the grant funds through the city clinic and the Division of Community Health and Wellness.
So usually how much we get the grant?
I think it's $3 million, close to that.
$300,000?
I think it's 3 million. Hold on, I have the application here. Or the agreement, rather. Service provider agencies located within the city account for $3.018 million, or 65% of the region's funding.
3.5 million?
3.018 million.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's about 3 million even.
So what is our share? This is county and the.
That's the city. That's the city's.
City?
The city's share. Yep.
Okay.
So I don't have the copy loading up here. Do
Okay.
we
I'd
make
be
it
more than
copies
happy
of that?
to circulate electronically.
That'd be great.
Oh, okay, great.
We were-
Perfect. Okay.
And
And we do this every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just copy and pasted from last year.
okay, any questions for Margaret on that?
No.
Thank you, Margaret.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry
Have a
to
good
keep
night,
you.
everyone.
Margaret, come back, we miss you.
I miss you guys too. You'll be here for me. Visit the annex sometime.
That's right, Rich.
Andrew,
Visit the annex sometime.
folks, Andrew has several ordinances, starting with ordinance 3.1
3.2.
and 3.5.
Good evening, Council. The first ordinance, 3.1, designates two intersections as all-way stop control. The intersection of Sterling and McAdoo, as well as the intersection of Terhune and Fowler. Terhune and Fowler is based on crash history, and Sterling and McAdoo is mostly based on the unique geometry and improving driver expectation.
Any questions, Councilwoman? No, you're good?
So ordinance 3.2, I also have a resolution on the agenda, number 1014, which I think it would be best to discuss those at the same time, if that's possible.
It's possible. So the challenge with this electronic is trying to pull them both up.
It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah, it's
I don't
fine.
have to.
So 14 is just supplementing the manual of bus stop designations, repealing a bus stop on Bergen Avenue at Mercer Street, Broome Street, and Highland Avenue.
It's all part of the Bergen Avenue project, so I could just describe that resolution. You don't necessarily need to pull it up.
It was 10.14?
That was 10.14.
1014.
Yeah, 1014. So Ordinance 3.2 essentially has 5 different sections, I'll call it, or it accomplishes 5 different things, which are all part of the Bergen Avenue redesign project to road diet the street, to improve traffic safety and provide the bike facilities. So I'm just gonna go top to bottom in the order of the way the fact sheet is written out. So the first paragraph pertains to lane use reservations, and all this is saying is formalizing the dedicated left turn lanes that exist at all of these intersections. We had, at the meeting that we had 1 or 2 meetings ago, when we were kind of identifying some of the ordinances that we would be presenting to the council after we implemented the project. This was one of them. I also discussed how we're unsure about whether or not this section needs to be in the code because of it's not all that intuitive that the design of a traffic signal, which needs to be signed and sealed by an engineer, should be a part of the code, but because that's how the section of the code is written right now, we're introducing it. But I think for future projects, we're going to ask for the law department to look into that a little bit further.
And can I just say something?
Yes, sir.
Maybe you should hold off on this, because I have close to maybe several hundred signatures here for tomorrow night's meeting.
Can I get a copy of that? What are you referring to?
Yeah, and as I told you, tomorrow night, I spoke to Joe Coolman. He should be there tomorrow night, and you, because you made the, could you pass this, Daniel?
Thank you.
Your copies for us? Okay.
You got a copy, right? I give you.
So what do you have here, Rich?
They all have copies.
What is it you're presenting us here?
What is?
It's the signatures from hundreds and hundreds of residents that are really ticked off about what happened with the bike lanes. I'm all for bike lanes, but not what was done on Bergen Avenue, and that's what's being done throughout the city. The residents that live here are up in arms about this whole situation. Number 11 school, the St. Aidan's, the Coptic Church, all the residents down all the blocks. I told you, Andrew, they're driving me crazy up there. And it's gonna happen downtown, it's gonna happen in Lafayette and Greenville and every place else. And, you tell the people, actually, I didn't know anything about this. I mean, I know they had meetings, I said, we had meetings. I wasn't at any meetings where they put these wide lanes in. So, it's tomorrow night, this has to be discussed, and there's gonna have to be changes, because many of the kids, the number 11 school, they're putting their lives in danger. And you go to St. Aidan's, they had a funeral the other day, they had no place to park all the funeral cars. They couldn't pull into the street, so you gotta come and hear the people, they're tired, the residents there are up in arms. And, something has to be worked out between the bikes and the cars, and not the way it is now. Michael, do you want?
I'm just also sharing a letter that I received, which I believe was sent to most of the council. I'm not sure if it was everyone via email. It's a letter which I just gave to you, as well as Hudson Catholic Regional High School, which is also along that Bergen Avenue thoroughfare, and with expressing some of their concerns as a school. And I know from myself and talking to Councilman Boggiano and the administration at Hudson Catholic that they felt that they had certain concerns that they wanted to see addressed before kind of the council were to embed this by law into the municipal code. And I'm just going to echo Councilman Boggiano's words and lead there that I've heard from countless residents as well, and from St. Aidan's, from the Coptic Church, and I believe you've addressed some of the concerns of the Coptic Church already, is my understanding. But I've heard from them, and some of them will absolutely object to bike lanes. And I've shared with them that I don't object to bike lanes, but I think it's fair that when these changes are made, that the communities that are impacted have an opportunity to be heard and to be made aware of them, but also to hear their input on them. And I think some of them have valid concerns and ideas and suggestions, which we hope to hear tomorrow night at this meeting at Hudson Catholic. And so, I'm going to point out that we did the Grand Street redesign, and there was multiple proposals that were put forward on the Grand Street redesign to create also protected bike lanes there. That Grand Street redesign met with, as I understand it, multiple stakeholders from the Van Voorst Park Association to the PS3 community to Jersey City Medical Center, and then going further south into kind of the Ward F neighborhoods and communities as well. And Councilman Robinson was engaged in that as well, as I understand it. And throughout that process, there was a lot of input on that Grand Street redesign, and there were 4 different options, or 3 options that were presented. Ultimately, one of those options came to the City Council, I forget when, but earlier this year, which we approved at that time. Some of the changes similar to this, an ordinance changing some of the traffic conditions and regulations along Grand Street. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was accurate. And then even at that City Council meeting when we did approve it, at that meeting there was a parent there from PS number 3 who came to us at that time and expressed that they were not aware that of the 3 different options that were presented to all of the stakeholders within, that there was one selected, and so they had concerns about the one we selected. And when we expressed at that time in that meeting that, well, we should make sure that that community is made aware, the administration said at that time to that community and to that resident who was there that we will certainly circle back with everyone and make sure that we make everyone aware and hear everyone's input and let them know what's going on. And so to this day, as far as I know, not one line has been painted, no protected bike lane has been established on Grand Street. And so despite the fact that we went through an entire process there that was very inclusive and had a lot of those stakeholders involved in that process. And I think it's only fair, to Councilman Boggiano's point, to allow their voices to be heard in this. And we pride ourselves in saying we're going to be an inclusive community here in Jersey City, a progressive community that's going to include these voices. And I think, as I've told all of them, and I think, I was on the Vision Zero Task Force with you. I've never objected to these changes, but just like when we went through that process and as we got to the end of that Vision Zero, and I looked and saw where the input was largely coming from, and it was largely from kind of the Heights and Ward D and downtown. And I said, we need to do more outreach to the south side of Jersey City. And in fact, you did that to the New Jersey City University community on the Vision Zero strategy and plan around that. And turnout wasn't great, but I would say in fairness, you made the effort, and that folks, there is on the side of folks in the south side of the community as well as in the McKinley Square district to get involved. But if they didn't have that opportunity presented to them to have that, they should be afforded that opportunity. So that's and I'll reinforce Councilman Boggiano's call to say, let's hear what they have to say Tuesday night, and then kind of see where that goes from there, and take it from there.
Andrew, something has to be worked out between the bikers and the cars. Right now, the situation is horrible. And before somebody gets killed, one way or the other, a child gets in, the parents over there are in a rage that the kids have to exit out of the car into a bike lane, the buses, then we're talking about snow removal, we're talking about street cleaning. It just isn't going to work. Something has to be done, and the people want to be heard. And believe me, when I say it, I've got hundreds of calls and people that are really annoyed about this.
I don't think there's harm in listening, right?
Andrew, just one question. You are a very well-organized person over the years in city government. Who organization spoke with that to make a presentation that Boggan line, bike line? Did you ever get a chance to speak with neighbor or anything like that?
Yeah, so prior to the construction, we sent out essentially a mass email of all of the large stakeholders that we felt were in the area, and we also presented to the I apologize, I'm blanking on
Journal Square
the Journal Square Association.
Has nothing to do with that area. Absolutely nothing. Speak to the people over there.
Okay.
Heard about that.
Yeah, I mean, they're not directly representative of that neighborhood and that community. So if the McKinley Square And in fairness, it's not an extraordinarily organized community, so not like Journal Square Association, not like the Hilltop, not like some of the neighborhood communities in the Heights and in downtown Jersey City, as well as in West Side Avenue and Ward A even. So that's an area that's not well organized, but as you can see from these petitions, they are not, while they may not have been organized and cohesive as a unit, they do have thoughts and opinions about this whole thing, and I would just urge everyone to just kind of listen to them and hear what they have to say on this.
Andrew?
I just one point to that, they were notified weeks in advance in that same email.
Well, nobody knew it. I'm telling you, Andrew, nobody knew it.
So this is what it is. The people who signed the petition is probably maybe less than 0.1% of people complaints. And the people who live in Heights, who travel that route, they complain a lot too. They're not just sign the paper. So in other words, you do a great job to protect the bike because of creative bike line. But actually you created the risk to rest of the community. That's number one. Number two, we gotta change it. Even people who drive in colleges, they have to kind of change their set of mind because about time sharing street. There's no question about it. You know, we have to have it, but the way you approach that, I think you're missing 2%. So I like to fill in that 2%. Because of that, I think that this is maybe withdraw. So you look at it tomorrow's at the community meeting, and also I'll be there because we got heavy complaint from my area also. So I'm gonna be there. So after listening to their complaint, I think we gotta a little bit adjust, fine tuning when you need that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not rushed to do.
So what I would add to that though, while we have received complaints, I've received a number of emails in favor of these protected bike lanes, including people who commented on the fact that their commute is cut by 20 minutes because now they feel comfortable biking from their home in McGinley Square to Journal Square along the protected bike lanes. So I think that the meeting tomorrow night should be an opportunity like we had last week at my community meeting for all factions to get together and have an open conversation about the reasons why this was done and the value of it, as well as some of the pain points as it relates to voting, as it relates to weddings and funerals, and as it relates to some of the other issues around that. But I actually, easily 50 emails in favor of this from residents in McGinley Square and adjacent areas. So while we have this petition, which I think also, it obviously has value, people are concerned, I think that a broader explanation of the benefits will go a long way. I know the one time the one Vision Zero Task Force meeting I had, Sid and I recommended outreach to businesses as well, and we talked a little bit about that. So maybe moving forward, it needs to be more robust because that was also, they felt like they were like situation, even if, I know an email was sent to the McGinley Square saying they don't know how, how much conversation around it, but,
So nothing to
We did have very detailed discussions with the Journal Square SID. And based on our discussions with the president of that SID, we haven't heard very much negative feedback.
well, the thing though is that where these particular bike lanes are, they're actually closer to McGinley Square SID than the Journal Square SID. So I think that might account for some of the disconnect because of where those boundaries start and stuff.
Understood.
If I could just add in, two thoughts. I mean, obviously there's another meeting tomorrow night, public participation, but just as an overall concept, protected bike lanes, we have normal people moving into the city, if every single person is driving a car, the roads are already congested. So there have to be clear avenues for people to safely move. The protected bike lanes just as a whole, they vastly increase safety versus just a bike down the street. And they encourage way more ridership, and people feel much safer. And then we're obviously building on the connections. So once the connections get built up, then it becomes a much more viable option over time. And this is part of the overall system. So I want to make sure we're not letting, that we're thinking about the whole big picture. So this Bergen Avenue is one street of I think the bigger picture, which I think the city's moving in the right direction on that.
And the other thing too that I would add to some of the email I've received in favor of these is the road diet in general. I've had a number of residents comment on how they feel safer driving because they don't have to be concerned about bikes weaving in and out of traffic. No, yes, really. And they also keep the bicyclists off the sidewalk. So those are a couple of other things that people have commented on how they feel safer. People actually were more concerned with cars double parking and then pulling out into traffic than they are with it going down to one lane. 'Cause it's always kind of been one lane for a
You
while.
you don't take away a major avenue. There's thousands and thousands of cars. I stood on Bergen Avenue for almost 2 hours. I saw 4 bikes pass, but there were several hundred cars that passed. You can't take away and block that whole, the traffic in the morning is horrendous over there. You've created, not you, Angel, I'm not blaming you, but the
Traffic's been
problem
horrendous
is
in front of
created.
bike lanes.
There's something else has to be worked out for the safety of the bikers and the safety of
Actually,
the cars.
Councilman Mira said, right, already traffic is the bad in Jersey overall, but this situation make it worse. So we supporting the bike lane, no question about it, or else I believe that time to change the way we believe that street to street time to share with a bike and the motor vehicle. But the only thing is this one, we got about time to fine tuning. So when I see this out of town, actually they have a traffic light, not just on the motor, there also traffic light to control the bike line. You know what I'm saying? So we should come out more comprehensive plan to make both party, bike rider, driver to most happy, not only that pedestrians are happy. Because the current, when I get a complaint, I heard that maybe 60 email from the people who support the bike line. I agree with it 100%. You know, as I say, time to share our street. But the other hand, we protect the bike, but also the other hand, we put the rest of the community in danger. So we time to need some fine tune to require. So tomorrow, attend the meeting. You heard it from the opinion from the public. Maybe you feel not comfortable. Maybe you need a more adjustable. Then Wednesday night, city council, before we hold a meeting, maybe you can ask them withdraw or hold them. But you know what I'm saying? Because we try to make win-win situation, not anybody have, you know what I'm saying? And we don't want to fight with that, bring up the sample world between bikers and the driver. That's not the case. We try to find a common area to everybody make happy. Great? So please attend the meeting tomorrow, okay?
Sure, so there's been a few points in this discussion brought up that I just want to maybe expand upon. So with respect to snow removal, the cycle track's 8 feet wide with a 3-foot buffer. So that is wide enough to have a conventional snowplow, perhaps fastened to the front of a truck, clear that area. Some of our narrower bike lanes we're working on procuring. We already have some smaller more like snow blowers where they're a little bit more nimble and they can fit in our smaller bike lanes. With respect to the operations around the school, we have spent a considerable amount of time near PS11 during the morning peak and the afternoon peak. Myself personally, on 2 days, the vast majority, if not all, of the parent drop-off activity is happening on Academy Street, as well as tours. The children line up on Torres Avenue in the rear of the school. So I didn't really see any parents double parking on Bergen Avenue. The activities are different during the afternoon peak. There is some double parking on Bergen Avenue. We noticed it more in the proximity of the daycare center that's located near the Seatown shopping center. So that's one issue that was brought to our attention that this ordinance addresses specifically. We've also had personally met with the head of security for PS11 and the principal of PS11. We've exchanged contact information. We were a little bit proactive with respect to the interaction between bikes and the boarding and alighting of children on school buses, and we provided them with some signage. So we were certainly proactive with that respect. Double parking, although we acknowledge that it happened on the prior cross-section that was contributing to the unsafe operations of the street. In the past 10 years, 2 people have died, 2 pedestrians have died, and 31 pedestrian bikes were injured. That type of activity, while people were getting used to it, was contributing to the unsafe nature of the street. So the design that we advance is a conventional 4-to-3 road diet. It's used throughout the country. It's been studied extensively. It's identified as a proven safety countermeasure by the Federal Highway Administration, which they only identify a very small number of design treatments that are, there's substantial statistical backing on their advantages. So with that specific treatment, the Federal Highway Administration estimates that there would be a 19 to 47% reduction in traffic crashes by using a 4-to-3 road diet. That's because it eliminates the weaving around double parked vehicles that I mentioned before. It also eliminates the weaving around vehicles that are using the inside lane as a turn lane. Essentially that inside lane becomes a de facto left turn lane. So with the design that we advanced, we sort of formalized those left turns, and not only do you not have to weave around vehicles that are waiting to make that left turn, the left turns are now aligned, so there's better sight distance of oncoming vehicles, and it's easier for motorists making left turns to judge gaps in traffic. And with respect to your last point about bicycle traffic signals, there are certain design elements that do require, or bicycle signals themselves would help those interactions. With the design that we advanced, none of those conflict points would require a dedicated bicycle traffic signal. However, we are advancing new signal timing directives with an element similar to what you're alluding to. So specifically, we're looking to have protected only left turns in the southbound direction of Bergen Avenue at the intersection of Academy and Vroom. So if you were to make left turns heading in the southbound direction of those 2 streets, you would only be able to make that turn when you have a green arrow. Otherwise, you'll have a red arrow and you'll have to wait. And that's just to make it a little bit easier for motorists to judge gaps in traffic with the cyclists.
So most of council people here not familiar all those streets, other than what are they called, the council which are in the mirror. So best bet.
I'm pretty familiar myself.
Yeah, we pretty, but we're not looking exactly like the way I read in my palm. So tomorrow night, attend it, and your professional knowledge, you actually will plan that, explain to them. What I'm saying. So your job, make them understand. So I don't want you to call council which boards are to get beat up by the residents.
So I'm gonna, Councilman, if I may, I'm gonna say, certainly there's an education and making people understand what the situation is, what the challenges are, why things were done the way they're designed. But I also think there's an opportunity to listen, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot to be learned from just listening to the communities that we say we're serving here, and I think you'd be surprised, or maybe not, I don't know, that they have a lot to say about this and contribute to the conversation around these areas, and they just need to be asked and heard, and there will be no shortage of good ideas and thoughts from them, I think. And I think if you're open to that, as well as the rest of the council and administration, then I think you'll probably find some good ideas that come forward from Tuesday night's meeting.
Understood. Is there value in going through the rest of the items on the ordinance, just to?
From my part, I would like you to hear them first, and then, like I said, I'm not opposed to any potential changes, but I think listen to them in the context of other information that you already have, right? And see what their concerns are, and figure that out, and then see if anything shifts here for you. And then, for me, I would echo what Councilman Bogiano said and look to, and Councilman Yun, and if you tweak it or if you adjust things, change it. If you think that may be an option or consideration, then you're the expert, so I'm not going to suggest otherwise and say that I wouldn't hear that. I certainly would listen to your recommendations on that. You and Barker both. Folks, other questions? Councilman Bogiano, you were going to say something?
Andrew, go visit Palo Alto, California, Stanford University. Bike riders stop at stop signs. Bike riders have lights on their bikes. It's a whole different world. The cops pull them over, give them summonses for running stop signs. There's a lot of people out there that most of them sign these things here, are just tired of them running through stop signs. They get hit by cars because they go shooting across the streets. Perfect example is right here in Grove Street, right around the corner, Mercer and Grove, where I must hit a bike last week, just come shooting down right through the stop sign.
I would say though, I'm using Palo Alto as an example.
Yeah.
It took them a long time to get there
Yeah, well, they're
with
doing
regard
it.
to bike safety. But the bike safety conversation didn't start until they started looking at things like better bike lanes and better education. So they kind of went hand in hand. And I can tell you that because I'm from the region.
Yeah, I
So
spent 10 years going out back and forth there with my son's businesses.
Yeah.
And Palo Alto's a perfect example of the way the bike, everything here in Jersey City should be followed. We should follow what they're doing. Well, they don't have any problems there.
Well, they don't now because they started.
Yeah, well, it took
education
years.
programs, so.
I just want to comment because there's a meeting and et cetera tomorrow, but I just, think one of the comments that Andrew made and we'll lose sight of is the safety improvements that have real backing behind them, not just, our layman's interpretation where, we don't know who that person is that may be injured by an unsafe road, but we've seen the data and we see that it happens and it's been studied across the whole nation that these things happen. So for bicyclists, pedestrians and drivers, there are real safety improvements that happen out of this. So, I don't just bigger, I just want to say the big picture, I think that's kind of happening here. But I think obviously, I understand where some of the outreach concerns come from. But
I'll add one more thought, which is just, while I would say perhaps hold off on this ordinance, I'm not suggesting that things get repainted or that bike lanes be removed or anything like that. They're there. I wouldn't, and I would say that, before these changes going forward are made, that I think coming to the council and asking for our input and thoughts about the changes themselves, but also just on the outreach itself and how to most effectively reach out to the communities around that. Again, you'll see no shortage of ideas and thoughts on how to best to reach a lot of these neighborhoods and communities that are going to be impacted by these, that are being impacted by these changes. That's all.
And I just add one as a favor. So one of the major complaints is slow down the traffic. I told the last council meeting when I was on Boston, say 2 miles away, usually take less than 10 minutes. Then now today they put in the same policy like we have. It take 40 minutes in 2 miles. So there are hundreds of thousands of cars sit on the roadway. They create fumes. Did you ever do a study for traffic delay cause of what kind of fume they produce and the CO2 impact and whatever, what I'm saying? Do they have the study?
Yeah, so those studies are definitely possible. There's set numbers that you can use with respect to the amount of emissions per second or a second of delay per vehicle, things like that. We, for this study and essentially every study that we've advanced so far, we've done a traffic study for Bergen Avenue. When traffic engineers do studies, they look at average seconds of delay per vehicle, which is equated to a level of service. And I'll summarize just really quickly. Essentially, all of the movements at all of the intersections, we were able to generally maintain the level of service and delay that is currently being experienced right now, as well as queuing, and we have observed that ourselves.
Okay. I take your word. All right. So you decide after the public hearing tomorrow, okay?
Yeah, I'll take that back to the team.
3.5?
3.5 is an ordinance that creates a new section of Chapter 332. We're referring to it as limited duration parking. This stems from a unique situation that we have been meeting with the community about. Councilman Robinson has been leading that effort and meeting with the community about a few challenges that they're facing on this street. This is a dead-end street that intersects with Garfield Avenue. There are a number of different commercial buildings on this street, and the largest challenge that they're facing is that there are a lot of cars that are stored here and not moved. It's very likely that they're being stored by nearby auto dealerships and auto repair shops, and there's also illegal activities that are occurring overnight. So over the course of I would say, my involvement with this issue has been, at least a year. I'm sure Councilman Robinson's met with the community a little bit more. The first iteration was, let's just restrict overnight parking. The residents desire that space for overnight parking because of, parking capacity issues nearby. And also the businesses in the area are desiring parking turnover. So what we're proposing is to, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., only allow vehicles to park for a maximum duration of 4 hours. So that would accomplish the ability of nearby residents to be able to park there overnight when parking capacity is an issue. It would force those vehicles that don't move frequently to have to move. It would also generate the turnover that the businesses have expressed a desire to achieve. So that is the goal of this ordinance. Enforcement would be very similar to zone parking, whereby they would physically or now digitally chalk tires, so to speak, with the license plates to understand how frequently cars are moving.
So how does this help the businesses, right? Because if I'm an employee, I have an 8-hour shift. I gotta come out every 4 hours. Will they get tags, like parking permits, the employees?
They will not. My understanding is that there are, so the largest, I guess, employer in the area has an employee lot. I believe that the other people parking on the streets are predominantly visitors or people or employees that don't stay there for the entire day. That's my understanding of the situation.
So the businesses agree to this? Because I haven't been out in the last couple months, because remember we had a few community meetings about it.
Mm-hmm.
But it was my understanding that they wanted to have some kind of metered parking, zone parking for the employees during the day, 9 to 5, because so the residents wouldn't be allowed. Well, they would be allowed to park there, but only temporarily for 4 hours.
Okay, so
I'll go out to the businesses, because I don't think it really makes sense if I have an 8-hour shift, because I know there's some businesses in the warehouse next door that if I have to get up and leave at, every 4 hours as an employee, I don't know if that's just fair for me.
That's no problem. I'll share all the information that I have, and then we can connect.
Okay.
I thought you figured out a solution to this, right?
Huh?
I thought with this ordinance,
No.
you figured out a solution.
This
It's
is
been going on forever. All right. What else you got? The last one. And our friends from VIA.
That's right. So we do not need to delay our friends from VIA anymore, because Resolution 10.14 was the adjustments to the bus stops, and that's related to Bergen Avenue. I can describe that now, or I can hold off.
So I think as a whole, though, is better.
Yeah, I think so.
Because listen to the neighbor first, it's even not too late. Tomorrow you decide, the Wednesday, council chamber, you decide what after, input by communities.
Okay, thank you, understood. And Resolution 1016 authorizes the award of a competitively bid contract to River North Transit LLC to operate a networked transit service in Jersey City. There are several representatives from VIA here who will be presenting some more information about that based on discussions with the council.
Which one is it?
10.16.
10.1.
And you all have, Robert distributed this at the start of the meeting. I guess it's an amended master terms and conditions.
It is terms and conditions
Thanks, thank you.
Good evening, Council. As Andrew said, we're here representing VIA, the vendor selected for the competitive bid put forth by the city.
Can you tell us your name, please?
Yes, my name is Monica Serajoli, and I'm here
Oh, Monica, spell your last name.
C-E-R
Z?
C as in cat.
C-E-R.
E-R-A-G-I-O-L-I.
Serajoli, that's easy from you.
Yes.
After you see it spelled.
And I'm here with my colleagues Mike Vaccarino. Do you want me to spell that one as well?
Say it again.
V is in Victor, A-C-C-A-R-I-N-O.
Vaccarino.
You've got a good one coming up. Obina Ameniki. O-B-I.
O-B-I.
N-N-A.
N-N-A.
E. M-E-N-I-K-E. I bet you've never heard that one before. And then Elsbeth.
Obinameki.
Yeah, exactly. And then Elsbeth Green.
Green.
That's E-L-S-P-E-T-H.
What's that?
E-L-S-P-E-T-H, Elspeth Green.
Green is last name. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for having us again. You may recognize us from 2 weeks ago. To take a step back and make sure that everybody has full context on this project, the city put out an RFP over the course of the summer, particularly focused on putting in place a new transportation service focused on transit deserts here in Jersey City, specifically Greenville and the Heights. We responded to that bid with a proposal to put in place a full turnkey operational solution.
That doesn't work. It's not a PA.
It's not a
Oh.
PA.
You just have to.
Sorry, is this better?
It's not a PA. It's to record.
Ah, got it, okay. So we responded to the RFP put out by the city over the course of the summer to put in place a transit solution in transit deserts here in Jersey City. Our proposal is to put in place a full turnkey operational solution. So we would provide vehicles, drivers, marketing, customer support, and most important, technology in order to facilitate this. Residents would be able to book a ride using an application, a mobile application, or by calling into our phone support center if they do not have a smartphone, in order to both provide transit within Greenville and the Heights, as well as to the center of the city, including transit access to the PATH train and other New Jersey transit options. So we were here 2 weeks ago. We presented our proposal. The slides that Mike just distributed include a summarized version of that, just to make sure that everybody has all the information. Over the course of the past week, we've had a number of individual meetings with you, the City Council, in small groups and one-on-one sessions in order to answer questions and make sure that you have full context on this proposal and what our company does. We specifically want to walk through some of the feedback or primary themes that came up in those conversations in order to provide clarity to the group, and especially those who are not part of the conversations. And I think one of the things that we would really like to emphasize as well is the fact that it's been super valuable for us to have these conversations. You know, we see this project as a series of ongoing iterations with you, Jersey City. This is intended to be a transportation service developed by the council and the city in order to provide the best service possible for residents. So thank you for your time thus far, and we look forward to answering some additional questions. Can I dive into these points first? Is that okay? So you'll see in your packet, there's a slide with the title Key Working Session Topics.
Second page at the back of the cover.
It's the second page. It's double-sided. And we specifically just wanted to run through, we felt that these were themes that came up on a recurrent basis in the conversations that we had, and they were worth targeting tonight ahead of answering any additional questions that the council may have. So first of all, I think we received broad feedback on with consensus on the need for improved transit, specifically in Greenville and the Heights. You know, I think those who we met with acknowledged that these transit deserts need additional access, both to the center of the city as well as within these communities. We spoke quite a bit about the existing bus lines and complementing this existing transit. We had a few conversations specifically around the idea of ensuring that our service can provide feeder access to buses or work in a way that will not compete with these community resources that are currently available, especially lines that run from Greenville into the center of the city. We had quite a bit of conversation around low-income and elderly populations, and I think would have a particular focus on these groups as we roll out the service. Specifically, we discussed outreach to community centers, senior centers. That would include workshop sessions. We acknowledge that a large part of the population that would be using the service probably does not have smartphone access. And so encouraging people to use the service through our call-in line, informing them how that works, and making sure that they have the resources needed in order to properly utilize the service and make it equally accessible is going to be critical. We spoke about a few ideas, including putting a kiosk to facilitate booking at the front desk of senior centers or community centers, housing developments where residents would be particularly targeted, and also putting in place translated materials in Spanish and other languages in order to reach those target populations. Lastly, we talked about a voucher program, which is something that we have implemented in our other deployments with partner cities. This would encourage those who are unbanked or do not have credit card access to be able to use the service. They could come to locations like City Hall or community centers in order to purchase with cash a voucher that they could then use for the service that would be ride credit in order to utilize via. I'm going to pass it off to Mike to run through that second column that's on your slide.
But I'd like to just reinforce, in addition to what Monty said, we spent a lot of time talking about making sure that this creates jobs for Jersey City residents, so placing a high emphasis on hiring Jersey City drivers, specifically figuring out a plan to bring workers in high-need populations into this workforce, if applicable. We also heard time and time again that accountability is very important, and we want to be held accountable for this service. It's a 2-year contract that was awarded over 2 years, but we've agreed to include key performance metrics as a part of the contract that, if are not met after 1 year of service, gives the council the flexibility to terminate the agreement under certain circumstances. And lastly, we also heard time and time again that iteration and flexibility is very important to this council. So whether that means changing the zone, changing the hours, changing the fares based on what we hear from feedback from residents, as well as from data that's collected as a part of the program, is an important component of this project, and one that we'll look to work with you on and iterate as we go. And that's it for the moment. We'll take any questions.
Yeah, on Facebook, a person puts down it's costing the taxpayers $2 million. When you were here, you told us $4 million. The city has to put up.
It's $2 million annually.
Yeah, over
1.9
2 years.
million per year for 2 years.
Yeah, you told us when you were sitting here, $4 million.
That's over the course of 2 years.
Okay, so now-
It's 1.9
And then
million
let
per
me ask
year.
something else. When some of the people from Ward C said, why are they excluding Ward C? I mean, Ward D has just as much transportation.
No.
Yes, you do. You have
No,
jitney
not at all.
buses. You have jitney
What's better than
buses.
this?
You have jitney buses, you have buses, you have a regular bus service. You know, so taxpayers from Ward C are gonna pay into this, and they should be included.
Council, to be clear,
And the other thing is, I don't know why the city's spending so much money, they can have jitneys run throughout the entire city. That's from people, okay?
That's not.
Jitneys aren't regulated yet, and jitneys only follow along major bus lines to augment the services. This is gonna be going into other neighborhoods that the jitneys are currently not going into and will not go into, because they feel like there's no service there.
So now, can I?
Councilman Young.
Get service?
First things, this is one of the innovative idea. And when I have my association meeting, everybody's delight. They're all thank you for that, really. But I told them end of the day, somebody have to pay the bill. The somebody is not John Smith from the not Union City, not North Wogan or Bayonne. Jersey City actually taxpayer have to be paid. So if you see, I like to hold my colleague ready to write on the piece of paper, we try to figure out cost of taxpayers. You guys will be charged $38.45 vehicle per mile.
Per hour.
Hours?
Per hour, per vehicle per hour.
Okay, but then, over here, they say mile.
Can we have a copy of it?
Have a hard copy.
Here. They say that
I think that must be a typo, I'm not sure exactly.
$38.45 per vehicle mile.
Yes, that's what the resolution says, per vehicle mile. That's what it says.
If that's there, that's,
It's incorrect. It's per vehicle hour.
See, they make me go crazy to calculate. I say, wait a minute.
no, not per mile.
Okay, so now not the per vehicle mile, the per hours.
Per vehicle hour.
Big difference.
Yeah, there it is.
All right, then. So average day operation is 16 hours a day, right?
Yes.
So $38.45 per vehicle, so 14 vehicle times 10 hours. How much is it?
Councilman, you can do the calculation, but the size of the fleet will depend on the demand at the time of the day. So it's not 16 vehicles or 14 vehicles on the road at any given time. So if there's no one demand, there's only 2 vehicles in the morning.
You know why?
Why?
This program, I don't know, use this word or not, then the program. This makes me scary. You know what I'm saying? If this program will be unpopular, I'm not worried about it. But will be, I personally guarantee, this is the most popular program ever city product policy and program in the street. It's going to be very popular. So my scary is that if your company charge $38.45 a vehicle per hour, so like a $385 an hour, so 10 hours times 14, so $385 times 14 vehicles, around per day, $5,000, probably $400 per day.
So to clarify, the contract is a not to exceed. So the contract will not exceed $1.9 million for the first year and the
Yes.
second. And part of why we put that fee
Yes,
structure in
yes.
place
You know
is to
what?
provide visibility to the.
We know this, but end of the day, people get so much demand, 14 vehicles only can handle so much. So we actually estimating waiting time for the van, the vehicle, maybe 13 to 15 minutes. Now when the people so much demand, wait for 30 minutes, what are the people gonna first thing say? They're gonna demand more vehicle on the street. You know what I'm saying? So now, a lot of different cities, like New York City, somewhere they all do print this kind of program. It was wonderful. Can you give us the city council some kind of when you guys offer to each city, the first cost was so much. Over the 5 years, can you give us increase the rate of total cost?
Yeah, in the
It's very important to us because if those kind of rate increase, it's in other words demand.
Yeah.
Those kind of rate increase of the frequency, gonna be same things happen in Jersey City. So that rate, I can predict how much it will be our cost next year, year after. You know what I'm saying?
Councilman,
Like 5 years of predict.
this was a valid concern, and we took your advice. In the contract, we have not allowed the rates to increase more than the rate index associated with the.
So you say 20%.
Is that what that rate index
Yeah,
includes?
I think they say, if I remember correct, if I read the contract, they say
I
that
believe it's
number.
25%.
I'm sorry, 25% was that?
That was exchanged for stricken and exchanged for the rate index proposed by John.
Yeah, 25%.
Not 25%.
Yeah, but now 14 vehicle, because I know it's a Jersey, like 40 years to live there. So 14 vehicle, number one, needs a study. It's not enough first. And we're gonna be paid to almost $1.9 million a year. And you guys collect $2 for regular and the seniors $1. Those money, where they gonna go? We gonna get the credit for out of $1.9 million, or your company make $1.9 million plus whatever is rider fee?
The 1.9 is a discounted amount from 4.3 or 4.5 or something already. And that incentivizes us to collect the fares. When we collect the fares, if we exceed the expectations of the service, up to, once we cross 235,000 rides, then we split fare revenue 50% with the city above that. So it incentivizes us both to recoup our costs, because we're pricing you below our costs right now. And then when we exceed expectations, if we exceed expectations, then the city receives 50% of those proceeds.
No, we're not worried about get some profit. We're not going to see the profit, because we all the country come to city council. Yes, we're going to profit share, but I didn't see any dime till all those started from the city bike every. So I'm not going to pay attention that much. But only key is that profit share is one thing, but we like as a council person, we want you guys improve the service. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. So contract-wise, we try to 1 year. If we not satisfy your service, we can actually revoke the contract, correct? Without any penalties.
Correct.
All right.
We're putting in place key performance indicators that we are obligated to meet during the first year. If we do not meet those targets, the contract could be discussed going into the second year.
Reach our expectation.
Correct.
But I know that you will. And because of the demand is going to be very, very high. Really.
Correct.
I personally guarantee it's going to be really, at the end of the day, I'm going to tell you city council, always I predict things wrong. Less than 5 years, this cost will be Jersey more than $10 million each.
Does our subsidy increase with the number of rides in excess of 2 to 35,000?
No, it's still charged per vehicle hour.
So I just counsel people, our term is only 2 years left, and in the less than 5 years, cost is going to be a fortune, taxpayer. But somehow we got a creative. That's why I actually recommend the business administrator, instead to charge $2, maybe charge $4. Every $2 means $4 for the regular rider, $2 per senior, maybe war veterans and no dollar. Whatever we extra collect, we should be reserve fund for future expensive. But somehow mayor, just $2, $1, I don't know how we're gonna feel the cost increase in the future really. Because once we put on the public, I personally guarantee every years, I mean actually next 2 years, it will be one of the campaign issue. One of the guys who run for mayor, I'll charge $1 instead of $2. And they're gonna say that you waiting for 30 minutes. If I elect the mayor, I guarantee you pick up the 15 minutes. You know what that means? We have to increase instead of 40 vehicles, we have to increase to another 40, like a 28 vehicles.
Councilor, I want to open it up to others. Anyone else have questions or comments?
And
I had a
could
question.
could I just address
respond
that?
to
Would
that?
that be okay?
So, yeah.
I mean, frankly speaking, if there is such high demand for the service, I think we see that as a major win, and we would hope that Jersey City would see that as a major win as well, as it means that we're providing a transit service that is relevant to the community, that is highly needed. We could expand to other zones of the city. Yeah, I think one thing that I will raise, and one thing that came up in our discussions over the course of the last week, was alternative funding sourcing, grant funding, looking to the FTA. We've experienced with a number of our other partners finding and sourcing FTA funding, local community grant funding, and we would be happy to do that with the city
Okay,
as
so
well if that's
thank you very much. You point out very good. Now you say you capable to get some grant funding, right? So then would you tell us that New York City or any other city in the United States get grant funding not from the state but from the federal government? Can't you give us at least what federal grant is available and how much they receive based on what kind of ridership in the program. That's number
We're
one.
happy to work with the city.
Yes, number two, as I say, I like the ratio, the increase of the cost increase for other cities, you know what I'm saying? Because that gives us some kind of estimating in the future the cost of Jersey City. Can you provide before Wednesday?
Yes.
All right?
How many vehicles were there again?
14.
15 max, 15.
But they say 14.
I think, I'm not sure what document you're reading off of, but it looks
Who
like
is
that.
it? Who is it draft this one?
Okay, Councilman Robinson, you had questions? Comments?
Oh, so I know we talked about the seniors. How would it work for like seniors without cell phones? We said we don't have smartphones. If they're like going to the mall or if they're going somewhere else and they don't have a phone.
So they can call into our customer support center and book a ride in just the same way.
Yeah, but
that
if they don't
someone
have a cell phone, where would they call from?
A landline?
Like if they like travel to like PSNG or.
So
Yeah, maybe a public phone. I mean, you would need a phone in order to
You
call.
have to have a phone.
We need some way to get the
Yeah,
communication
no,
from
I
them.
guess I'm just.
The other
Because
thing we-
I brought this up to some of the seniors at one of the senior centers, and she didn't have a phone. She was like, "Well, how do I get in? If I, like, I can call from my house and get there, but how would I get back?" And
So this might be one of the benefits of putting in place this kiosk that we spoke about at a senior center front desk, for instance, or in different housing developments. I think we would be happy to work on a sort of use case basis and try to find ways to make the communication be facilitated for certain groups.
she said she didn't have a phone at all.
Right, so if you take a ride to the supermarket, and then
How do you
try to
get
figure
back
out,
from the supermarket?
don't pay phones anymore.
Yeah,
So
no
it's
pay
not-
phones, right?
So would there be an ability to say you want to book a ride, let's say you call from your landline, and you're going to the supermarket, or you're going to PSNG, and you're assuming you're gonna be about an hour and a half, could you also book your return trip at the same time?
Well, maybe I should point to an example in West Sacramento, which addresses this very challenge.
Can you identify yourself, who you are?
I'm sorry, I'm the guy with her name. My name is Okini Meniki. I'm the general manager of our partner city, so I oversee all of our gas services via service like this. In West Sacramento, they were really focused on ensuring that we created a product for their city population. And I would say that we probably spent about 80% of our marketing and outreach efforts specifically focused on making seniors aware of the service, helping them get their account set up, and then ultimately getting them to use the service. And about 20% of our rides in West Sacramento are for seniors. We do about 100 rides a day for seniors, and the number one use case is Walmart. They use it to get from their home to Walmart. Many of them don't have smartphones. So in this case, they're able to use a landline at home or at the senior center, and then typically the places that they go to, whether it's a senior center or a shopping center, allows them to use their phone to call a return trip, and that works well there. I'm not sure if you think that would work well within this community, but it seems to work well in some aspects.
Other questions, folks? Comments?
No, so because I'm just scary because when I put out the community meeting, everybody's delighted. Really, I'm nervous a little bit how cost going to be increased for Jersey City. Because Jersey City has a problem is that we don't have that mass transportation system other than downtown, just General Square area. They have no connection east to west and the north south. Really, it's a very rare. So I'm really getting nervous is that how are we going to fund in the future cost of that? So give us a funding source from the federal grant, what we got, how much you succeed to get it. Number two, increase the rate, you know what I'm saying? I mean, the ridership in the other cities, you know what I'm saying? So that's the two facts we can plan for the future, all right? And it's a great program, I love it. About time do we do that? I insisted years ago, like 10 years ago, we should have our own transportation, not city, Hudson County transportation system we require, but you guys come up very high-tech service. I'm pretty sure you will succeed in Jersey City.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Councilperson Ridley.
I guess the last caucus meeting where we were discussing this, Councilman Robinson asked about like the profit share. Did we iron out those details?
We did. So in the contract now, if we exceed, I think, 235,000 rides, which is, I'll find out the exact percent increase, but once we cross that line, we then split the profit 50-50.
So 235,000 rides is a break point.
For 1 year, yeah.
Yeah, that's break even, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Other questions, council?
So, I guess you're including the thing that says that the contract being after 1 year, certain KPIs are not met. And then the administration, you guys are going to mutually agree upon certain set of KPIs between now and
launch.
Which we anticipate would be in January.
And if the KPIs are, let's say they're met, but the city, for whatever reason, is not happy, there's no ability to end the contract at that point until the end of the 2 years.
There's termination for cause. Cause will be something egregious that would allow you to exit out of the contract. Other than that, no, there's no convenience.
And why not include, I mean, for either party, kind of 1 year ability, given it's a new service, and, you know, ideally it's in a great way, but you know, sort of acknowledge the possibility that I think, you know, all our expectations are to some degree.
The frank answer is that we have to plan as a business for these types of deployments, and having a clear set of goals and objectives for us to meet is a reasonable trade for the 2-year pricing that was offered, frankly.
So you only cash that, right?
Why not on our side, wait until those KPIs are ironed out before we say, you know, go ahead?
It's we're contractually bound by writing those KPIs.
I know that, but I mean, I guess it's the city council makes a administration difference, but.
Maybe it's more a question for the administration.
Sure.
Than us.
Fair enough.
It is.
Yes, that's a fair question to the administration, not to the veteran.
Okay. The second question is just for the law department, and something I think asked in our meeting was, what happens, what is our sort of liability here? And how have we thought about it, what are we thinking about it? Because I guess, you know, I understand just from reading your guys' stuff, there's some insurance that's written in, I'm an expert in this stuff, so it's sort of plain language. Let's take a worst case scenario, and, you know, a driver commits a terrible accident. And then second worst case scenario, there's an accident and a loss of life or a crash. How is our liability protected? How do we think about those risks as a city if we enter into the contract?
Well, the insurance coverage provided is actually significantly more than you'd have on an average auto policy. It's a commercial auto policy. It's $1 million per occurrence and $2 million in aggregate. So that's a pretty, in terms of your average auto policy, if you were to hit someone, the average individual, obviously their auto policy would not be anywhere near that. We're talking about coverages that are far in excess of the average policy, much more aligned with what should be for a commercial policy. So it's, 8.4 goes through the insurance policies. So.
Okay, and then 8.4 here.
Yeah, in the document, yeah.
Okay, which we just got to that. So,
Yes,
can I ask you guys, I mean, have your city, your partner cities been sued? Sure, yeah. Fair enough. But been sued for other events. Okay.
Yeah, the insurance protection contemplates commercial general liability, workers' compensation within the statutory limits, I'm assuming for the workers that you guys will have working for you. Employer's liability, automobile liability, professional liability, and cyber liability, all included as part of the package.
I guess my worry would be, right, again, I'm not asking for expertise, so someone is going to say to the city, right, okay, you have these insurances here, you, the city, should have done X, and therefore you are liable for X bad or Y bad thing happened. And I just don't know how do we feel protected, do we feel safe that if we do have these worst case scenarios that, you know, if we look at the major public transit system, it's like, I can't find a single public transit system that hasn't had a serious incident occur.
Oh, sure.
And I just want to make sure we feel really protected or that we thought through these issues.
We certainly have, but also work through our risk management with Matt Hogan. I'll go over with him. But I think the intent of this is that this is going to protect the city. That these liability coverages for Via's insurance companies that you retain coverage with is going to be in lieu of any lawsuit that would be filed against the city. And certainly you can't stop someone from filing a lawsuit, but certainly the intention of the contract is that these coverages would be in lieu of anything that the city would have for itself. I don't know if he has up to this point, but I'll meet with him tomorrow, so I'll bring it to his attention.
He would have reviewed the RFP.
He would have reviewed the RFP.
Insurance requirements in it.
Okay, can you have Matt to the council meeting on Wednesday and be able to answer questions about our liability on this?
It's a here, no? Liability issues here.
Huh?
It's a here. Country.
Yeah, you know, it's here, I wanted to be able to answer questions about it.
Okay. So,
Okay.
you finish it?
So, yeah, the last comment, so the public, kind of for council colleagues, Council Robbins had with me individually. I think for me, the big question on the value of the service, obviously there's use, but to me, there's a real question of how much will this detract from individual car rides, which is a good thing because they can make our streets clog, versus how much it's like detract from public transit and from walking. And that's why I mean, it's an experiment, and so I mentioned to this administration, if there's a way that we can bring in someone who really study the impacts. I think, there's a lot of potential real benefits to our city from doing this, but I just really wanted to say, we want to know 2 years from now, or 1 year from now, what the real impacts have been on overall transportation and how many people are walking and driving and using it. So, they talked about getting that up and running potentially. There's no formal commitment to it, but I just think it's really important for us to really have as firm understanding of what's happening and bring in someone independently to give us some of that data and information. I think they're sharing, seem to be sharing a lot of data with us, but it's great to have an independent eye on what's going on and being able to kind of design an interesting study of its impacts.
Is that included?
It's not included, it was just discussed. So,
And per our discussion, this is something that we have experience with. We work with UC Berkeley for some of our services. We would be happy to help design that and put it forward. We agree the value of objective outside
This is
data.
more to the administration, but again.
Yes, agreed. I just want to say that.
Does the administration have a position on this?
I think they expressed interest without a commitment.
So it's an interest without commitment.
No, we would like to do this, but it wasn't like, we're gonna write it into.
There is a clause, it's a good faith clause, but there is a clause in the contract that states that we will commit our resources to helping you guys evaluate the service.
Okay.
So any given time, so your company do maintenance, the maintenance is going to be done by locally, or if you do maintenance, but any given time, the vehicle collector serve that they're 14 or 15 vehicle serve in New Jersey, doesn't matter they're service or not, we get 15 vehicle every day, correct?
If it's needed in order to serve the amount of demand that is on the road at a given hour, yes.
Based on demand.
Based on demand, right?
But they're gonna be branded Jersey City, we're not gonna bring it to New York and use it in New York.
But don't worry about it, it's gonna be high demand, that's the problem.
What about the last caucus, there was Councilman Robinson raised the gas, providing gas, the city providing gas.
The BA told us in our meeting that it may be very illegal. What?
Very illegal?
Because the city gets like a tax break on the gas. and
It's
get gas to a
subsidized.
private company.
Right.
But cannot do that.
Given our partnership?
Right. I don't know.
It's like
If the city deems
It's a
that
public service, right? It's
the
I
choice.
think they're for-profit corporations, I can't imagine. I'm not aware.
Well, we're rushed.
Yeah,
It's a great idea.
it is a great idea. I think, given the city's obviously municipal status, and we use the fuel for our vehicles, it'd be different than passing along the savings we would see as a city to an entity that, while providing a great service, is also looking to make a profit. So I'm not sure you'd be able to do that. I think that was the answer the VA gave, and I think that's probably the right one. I can look at it a little further, but that's off the top of my head, that would be my response.
So one question I'd ask you guys was the disciplination standards. You guys send those?
Completely forgot, yes.
What standards?
Basically, when they would discipline one of their drivers.
Our escalation policy, if there were to be an incident and a driver were to be disaffiliated.
So if the city council is approved it this Wednesday, what kind of time period we can actually see the vehicle on the street?
We're planning to launch in January. That's what's been
Next year,
discussed thus far.
January?
It's about a 3-month process. And during that time, we would work with administration and with you to make sure that the service is specced
And also,
to desires.
to increase the ridership, there's some kind of marketing plan, the promotion, marketing plan for the general public. I agree that the country was not detailed, the marketing plan is not described in the country. How are you guys gonna be marketing actually for the Jersey City?
So this is also something that we discussed in some of the meetings this week, and I think our take on marketing is that a high degree of outreach to the local communities, especially to the populations that will be served by the service, is necessary. So we would plan to do local on-the-ground outreach to community centers, to senior homes, street marketing in which we hand out information and make sure there's visibility about the service. Digital marketing is another tactic that we have used, however, it is less cost-effective in smaller zones like this one, so it's not something we would recommend. So one of the things that we would do to prepare for the launch over the course of the next 3 months is put together a comprehensive marketing plan that the city agrees with and implement it with in partnership with the city.
And also, so that is my concern is that maybe their vehicle have outside of the vehicle actually some phone numbers or email, to people's website. So so marketing is very important because I don't want first 6 months, actually no riders, not enough, but we just pay, it's not fair. Okay, so please, I appreciate it's a great idea. I don't know where they come from that, but my concern is that the cost increase in the future, I really Jersey can able to cover those increased costs, That is my main concern. So please, so grant from the federal government, not the state, each state got a different, and rate increase of the things with other town, how they increase, okay? All right.
Did you indicate what the performance indicators are?
No, that's something that would be agreed to before launch, so that's what it's written into the contract.
So that's the KPIs and the marketing plan determined at a later date. So I suggest
And just to clarify the rationale for that is it's worth additional discussion and time in order to make sure that there's mutual understanding there.
So I think in terms of process, and this is more to the administration than it is to the vendor, as Councilman Solomon raised, why not wait till KPIs are determined and maybe a marketing plan before presenting, or, and I suggested this in our meeting, with similar to what we did with the Bhutan Reservoir, they're bringing back kind of those KPIs and the marketing plan to the council for approval as one step in that process to final approval around that whole thing. And then it certainly shouldn't go without compensation. I think it's your time is money, right? So if there was a 3-month period, or I'm just making that up, whatever you think is the in terms of coming up with KPIs and marketing plan, and then presenting that for the council to be able to approve it. That would give personally me reassurances as to whether we're reaching these critical communities around that stuff that we're trying to reach out to for equitable transportation and seniors and other folks around that. So I share that. That's more for the administration to chew on going into Wednesday's vote. I do have a couple of other comments or questions that which are more targeted towards the administration than to VIA. So I know that we've talked about providing more transportation to seniors with VIA. Did the administration look at the Transcend? Is council members familiar with Transcend? County bus service?
I don't know. I can find out.
So, I'm familiar with it, but I wasn't familiar with the details, and so I've learned a lot more about it. For those who aren't aware, Hudson County offers a free service to seniors, door-to-door pickup and drop-off through making a phone call or a fax, to schedule an appointment, and they do it from as early as 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Throughout the entire county. So they'll pick you up and drop you off wherever. They do over approximately, they've averaged for the past 3 years, 95,000 rides per year. personally, I don't think it's that well known, or as well known as it could be.
What's the name of it?
Transcend, Transcend. It's actually run through the Department of Health and Human Services for the county. Right, so it's transportation to Hudson County residents 60 years of age and older, and to disabled residents that are 18 years of age. And so they'll take them pretty much wherever, shopping, medical appointments, and they have 40 vehicles, 40 18-passenger buses or that are equipped for people with medical disabilities and things like that as well. So I just shared that as to, this is again more to the administration, in terms of us using our dollars, if our goal and intent is to expand access for seniors and people with disabilities or others, that here's a service that's literally free to Jersey City residents that fall within the senior population. And I don't think have we considered or contemplated the idea of using some of this subsidy instead to possibly market the services better? I thought the great idea, and I hate to start stealing ideas here, but of setting up a kiosk outside of a senior center or something like that, or a hotline or something just at a senior building, so they can make a phone call or at the Newport Mall or Hudson Mall or something to that effect, would probably be well received by a lot of seniors, I think. So,
What's that phone number?
what's the phone number?
I thought you had.
It's 201-369-4320, option number 2. And they say of those, I should also add, of the 95,000 on average annually, they say 70% of those are annual trips are probably provided to Jersey City residents, although they could have provided me an immediate breakdown, because I just spoke to them over the weekend, literally, about this. So they said they were trying to crunch some of that numbers for me and let me know how many Jersey City residents they actually serve annually. The second thing I wanted to just raise, and I agree with Councilman Young, this is going to be wildly popular.
You agree with me? Good.
I do, Councilman.
I disagree with you, Michael.
And the idea of kind of subsidizing the rides, I think you're going to do amazing business throughout Jersey City. But the question becomes, what's our cost and how much are we willing as a city to subsidize this service? And so when you share with us, when VIA shared with us in our meetings, kind of LA and Seattle and first and last mile type of services, whether we've had any conversations, we said we've explored this, or that there was some comments made about NJ Transit as to whether or not they've been servicing our needs and or not adequately servicing our needs, and some strong and harsh words about their not being able to do that adequately. But have we had conversations with that agency around kind of first and last mile services? Because I understand, as was explained to me by VIA, that in LA and Seattle and or other places, that someone could use their transportation service for something similar to what our city might have as a path or a light rail or something, and be able to use VIA as a free service to connect to those services as part of their cost to doing the path train or the light rail service or something like that. And have we explored that as a first and last mile option in Jersey City? So that's a question just for the administration as you looked into these options and what you put this out to bid. Because I think a lot of that will probably be in that, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of that data if we should end up moving forward with this, but I do think you're going to see a lot of this first and last mile service ultimately around that, both from low income populations, people working family folks and low incomes who are looking for a ride to get over to Journal Square and other places to do that. My last comment, and I know we say it's A, B, D, and F. So rides have to start and originate in those areas. Are those boundaries, and this maybe goes to VIA as well, the geographic boundaries, are they truly delineated by the boards, or is it just kind of broadly said? And I say that to say, like, in Ward F, like, my friends in Van Voorst, their demographics is a lot closer to like Ward E, right? And so I'm just curious, because we're kind of targeting those areas because we say they're transit deserts and so forth, but they're not really a transit desert. They're just outside of kind of the Grove Street Path Station stops, and the light rail stop is just over there at near the beer garden. What's that stop over there? Marin Boulevard, Jersey Avenue.
So the boundaries are fully flexible. You know, these have been proposed based on conversations that we have had with the city over the course of a few months. But should demand patterns change, should there be reach out from other communities in the city, and an impetus to change the service zone, that is completely within our powers.
So just add to your plan, you say 15 vehicle in Jersey City. Where they come from the 15 vehicle, numbers 15?
That's what we anticipate is necessary in order to serve the peak demand that we estimate will.
Yeah, but I mean, did you do some research?
Yeah, so we operating in over 80 services around the world. We have a wealth of internal data, and we have tools that allow us to run the simulations that project demand. So there was quite a bit of diligence that went into the submission of our proposal around anticipated demand and the right number of vehicles.
So this is a 15 vehicle, just not throughout the numbers, right?
It's not at all
Based on
arbitrary.
your study, right? Okay.
It's not at all arbitrary.
I cross fingers below.
One last question. How many out of the 80 you said around the world? How many I guess funding from the city or provinces that you guys service?
Yeah, so I think we went through this 2 weeks ago when we met. We offer 3 business models. One is a direct-to-consumer service, so that's similar to what we offer across the river in New York. We also license our services to public transit agencies or municipalities that wish to run their own service. And then we have the model that is proposed here for Jersey City, which is called Transit as a Service, where we're providing the operations. How many, I'll speak to the master, how many services do we have at this point? 12 that match the model, more or less, of Jersey City.
So 12 of the 80 would be what
Equivalent models, yeah, exactly.
And then the remaining 70 or so are usually working with transit agencies or other public transit operators. So there are tax dollars going to those services. They're just not coming directly from a city per se.
To that point, that question, so I'd asked during our meetings, and you suggested you'd have to see if you could release the information, because I'd asked about $38.45 per vehicle per hour rate that the city's paying, what the other comparables were for the other municipalities in terms of what we were paying for them.
So I spoke to our finance team. We can't give you a city-by-city breakdown of vehicle hour, but the range of all of those services that we do offer range between $35 per vehicle hour and $70 per vehicle hour. And that is largely due to local market conditions and driver pay. So the cities with $35 per vehicle hour are in much more suburban, rural areas where the market rate for a driver is going to be a little bit lower. So you guys are on the very low end of that spectrum.
Kind of a more expensive market. Other questions?
No.
Okay. I have one more just for the administration. So looking at other models, and kind of doing a little bit of research myself, so I learned that Summit, New Jersey has a sort of first to last mile thing with Uber. Did you guys look into that? And, okay. And if so, I'd love to know what your findings were on that. I've not looked into it myself, I just saw it online. Okay.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have a trial period, 1 year, so we'll see. Okay?
We got, you guys want to talk about, do we have something on the agenda?
Yes. Yeah. Well, not yet, but.
You want to talk about it?
Here
You guys are here. Do you want to have a discussion? Yeah? What are we doing?
Here, we're like talking answer for a minute.
Okay.
Can we just maybe go to the top of the agenda?
I'm just wondering about the off-duty.
I believe it's about the same.
Oh, wait, you're waiting, okay.
You know,
No, we'll wait till Mira gets back. We'll wait till
yeah,
Mira.
but the thing is, this has been going on for 4 or 5 months. They're sitting there. They want to put it on the agenda this Wednesday night. And, you know, enough's enough.
Huh?
You got a copy of this? I gave you a copy. I gave it to you.
You gotta use the computer.
It's not on the agenda, right?
Not an
No.
agenda.
It should have been on the agenda, and it's supposed to come up for Wednesday night.
That's up to you. Council.
This has been planned for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It was supposed to be on the agenda, it was supposed to be an ordinance drafted. We just got it tonight, you know. I mean, it's getting to a point of stupidity.
That's this one? No.
No.
What's the name for it?
That's the names of people that are ticked off, you know, once they're not conforming.
So why don't you do it this way?
So what's this?
So we just got the draft. It's not the thing, so the draft.
Can we get does everyone have a copy of that?
Yeah, the draft.
Yeah, Mira wants to be included in this conversation. You shouldn't, let's wait till she gets back, please. With all due-
How about we just go to 3.3,
Thank you very much.
authorizing the main amendment to the city's lease, for 1 Journal Square,
Yes.
to amend the term that's for the police headquarters.
You just joke.
3.4, an ordinance of the city of Jersey City supplementing chapter 287-4, authorizing a lien against property for the cost of removing solid waste.
Can we back up for a second, Robert?
Sure.
3.3 is about renewing the lease, the current lease. At Journal
Yes, to
Square, right?
amend the term,
So-
yes. Eighth Amendment, this is the 8th Amendment.
Yeah, the 8th Amendment. So I think it's saying that it's going to extend it to 2022. So if the new public safety building is approved and done by 2022, do we have any, I guess, room to break that lease at Journal Square?
Yes.
3.3.
What's the question, Councilman?
Can we break the lease
Because
if
this is
we're ready for
extending the
new?
lease to 2022, but if we're ready for the new
Public safety
building,
building.
can we back out of that, or do we have to stay there until 2022?
Can the law department provide an answer to the council?
No, you say that the 90 days of notice, it's over. We just give the 90 days notice. It's a page 2, 1, 2, 3, cover 3, whereas, you know, the termination is extended to 90 days prior written notice to landlord. You see. So we have covered that. As long as we give 90 days notice, it's over. Okay?
Actually, since we're still on that, if I can just ask, John, can you provide us with, what were the terms of the lease previously? The old lease,
We were paying
2125, I see it. It was 2125, and now we're paying how much? $24.50.
What are we still on break? We're supposed to say millions and millions. It's cost us over $15 million.
Okay, I got it. Never mind. Moving on.
Okay, 3.4 then.
Any question about 3.4, is member of the law department?
You want to get
Questions?
this out of here?
This is only for vacant lots?
This is actually not the vacant lots. The vacant lots is the one you've been approving those liens periodically as they come to you. This is actually from a different enabling statute at the state level. But this is for properties that are not vacant, they're just not being kept. And the DPW needs to go and clean them out. So it authorizes the council to authorize a lien when the DPW goes in and cleans those properties out that are not vacant. So it's basically the same program, just for not vacant lots.
Any questions about it?
You want to let them?
Okay. Mary, are you ready for this?
Yeah, give me 1 second, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Rich, do you want to start?
Yeah, we've been dragging this on for 5 months, Mira, myself, and Danny Rivera, and it's going on and on and on. And the ordinance that was pulled technically never should have been pulled because we passed it as a council, it was taken out by the administration. Now we have a draft for a new ordinance here, which all the council people should read. And they want it to be presented this Wednesday night. The unions want it to be presented Wednesday night. And I think it's time we either solve this problem because it's, most of the police officers are getting tired of it. I think we're not seeing cops on the street. We can see 100 more cops on the street during the day if we pass something like this. And the main thing is that what the concern was it should come under the chief of police. And the chief, we've spoken to, Mira's spoken to the chief, I've spoken to the chief, Dave's spoken to the chief, and I think this is what we should do. Well, the program should be run in a proper way, and it should entail an outside, what do they call it, that, what?
Third-party service.
Third-party survey. And so, you know, I mean, all this stuff about corruption, 12 people have screwed up 900 some odd people, and it's a shame. We're paying state police to come in here, we're paying these flagmen $100 an hour to the MUA. It's a joke, and
So, Councilman Rivera is not here. He and I also spoke this evening, and we have been in meetings over the last 6 months or so to see what we can do to address the off-duty issue. What he and I also discussed, though, was giving the council a copy of this to go through and then request a closed session, because some questions might come up with regard to some of the other issues around the off-duty program. So we can sit and have a thorough conversation about other council people's input to move something forward.
Why would it warrant a closed session?
This was something, in case something comes up around the litigation with the off-duty program. This was at the request of Councilman Rivera. He's not here, so I'm speaking for him.
The council, I talked to Councilman Rivera today. He said he's not comfortable with the draft, and he said he would much rather have a closed session so that we can actually have this
closed session if it's on the litigation piece. I'll let the law department speak.
If it's related to the litigation, it could be in a closed session. But if it's not related to litigation, there'd be another rationale under the state law which authorizes closed sessions, what it would fall under. So obviously the POBA part of it is ongoing litigation. So we have to depend upon what exactly we're planning on discussing.
Okay.
What the council will be planning on discussing.
What we're actually discussing is just bringing back the same ordinance we have with one change, basically.
But there are a couple of different changes, and there does need to be a broader conversation with some of the other parties involved, and that's why we're asking for a little bit more time to wait to introduce something.
2 months ago, it was a little bit more time. 3 months ago, a little bit more time. Now we're back to the same situation. I think it's just...
Well, because it's a complicated situation, Rich, that's
Not
why. Because
complicated.
yeah, it is. And, quite frankly, you were saying 100 more cops are going to be back on the street. We don't know that there's a guarantee, because the flagman program most likely will not be going away. So I think that we need to look at that, and we need to look at this in relationship to how these changes are going to affect the off-duty program.
If a person's gonna pay a flagman $100 an hour, so the MUA can get part of the money, and this person gets part of the money, I'm sure they're gonna take a cop, and I don't know what the cop is gonna get, $60 an hour.
Well, Rich, but that's what I'm saying. We need as a council to have a broader conversation about this.
We've been talking about it for
The
6 months.
three of us have been talking about it for 6 months, and we still haven't come to a full agreement. That's why we're circulating this, and if, this is, the request is to just hold off a little bit. If it's been 6 months, 2 more weeks is not gonna be that big of a deal, in the grand scheme of things, if you want it to be done correctly, in my opinion.
So, why don't we do this way? It's off-duty issue, not just a simple off-duty issue. Already, while that they hold the off-duty job, City of Jersey created a flagman program. So now we have 2 programs available in the street to control the traffic. One by flagman, the other one is by off-duty. So reason is that if we just discuss this off-duty issue based on a draft today present to us, it's not enough. So I like to copy of flagman policy. What policy we have with flagman, and we see. As Councilman Mira say that, she's some point is right, because we not just talk about this one, that impact the program of the
There is no ordinance authorizing a flagman program. There's an MUA policy potentially, or something else out there. And so that's the crux of the conflict here, right? So that's what the litigation is about. Is the litigation is about, does our ordinance actually have any any teeth? Do we say that our ordinance, the laws that we pass as a city council, should they be adhered to and so forth? And so this is attempting to amend some of that ordinance, to clarify that. I mean, look, wherever this decides to go, as I've said already, that I'll support the restoration of I say restoration, that it should be implemented. I think it's been unlawfully discontinued, and so I would side with the union on this with regard to kind of their litigation on it. So I think it should already be implemented now, but it's not. So to say that there's two programs, there are in reality two existing programs. The question of the legality of the two programs is another question altogether, and that's the stuff that's discussed in kind of closed session.
Very simple. So if we get loan by the flagman by policy, we like to see the policy, what kind of policy they have, and the way the council, which we're gonna say, hire the flagman $100. If instead of hire two flagmen, one police officer can cost is $40. So it's a big difference. So first thing is before we ask the city council make a certain decision, provide us enough information so we can make right judgment. Fair enough? Yeah.
So it's really, what to do with this is really a decision for the council. You have to look at me.
What? Well.
What to do with this ordinance, whether you want it on the agenda, not on the agenda, or for some other time or more discussion, you have to look at me.
I have a question because I haven't read through this yet. Is this an amendment to the ordinance that we looked at like a couple weeks ago, or is this something? So
No, this is the one that's already in existence. This is
it's just making amendments to
Yeah.
what's already in existence. But
Okay, I was saying, as is typical when we do drafts, you know, it's things that are changed are lined through, and then the added things are underlined. So you can see where we are from what the original ordinance said compared to what the proposed draft language is.
So I guess my question then would be, if we are debating whether or not that ordinance holds weight, or certain parts of that ordinance are clear, who determines who does off duty or makes a decision on off duty or not. Let's say we pass this today, like, how would we be able to move forward with these changes if we still have pending litigation trying to determine whether or not that ordinance is valid? Like, I don't know, or like, say the administration wins in court and then we've already passed this, won't this now be repealed? Like, I feel like, not that I want to wait for a court decision because that probably takes forever, but how much weight does this hold if we haven't figured out the first part yet?
Well, the complexion of litigation would probably change in the event that this was passed. I can't speak for the POBA, they're the ones who filed the lawsuit. I can't speak for what they may or may not do in light of the changes.
It's also time of decision.
Yeah. And I also don't know exactly when the court's decision is going to be due. To answer your question, it probably would affect the litigation. I don't know exactly how.
I mean, my recommendation is, it's a big enough issue, and even among the sponsors, there's some, kind of questions, so we have a copy now. Would it make sense to set up meetings with the council people who are new to this, with some combination of the sponsors and POBA over the next 2 weeks, and we all have a chance to learn, ask our questions, get any information that we want, and then provide any potential changes, and then 2 weeks from now, the sponsors will take whatever comments they choose to take, and then, put an ordinance on for first reading. I mean, I'm afraid the agenda meeting is almost only a week away, so it's going to the agenda meeting, it's quick, I think, with that lead, full council consent, so, that would be my recommendation. But, if we're shooting for 2 weeks, we have a week to set up meetings and conversations and answer questions and get feedback.
I mean, I'm okay with that. If you, my suggestion would be that just introduce it and at the next meeting, and have those meetings in the interim. A lot of them aren't going to happen within a week before the agenda meeting, so folks have questions, you'll be, and then obviously if you go through those sessions and questions and you get to first reading and it doesn't seem like it's working for you, then every council person has their own votes and they can decide.
So you're suggesting to introduce at the next council meeting in October?
I'm saying, is that what you were suggesting?
Yeah, that's what the councilman is suggesting, and
Yes.
I would agree that we just need to look little bit more time.
I don't know what we need time for, because the only major change, as far as I'm concerned, is replacing the director with the chief, who actually should be running the department and running things.
Look, I would have liked to have seen it at this meeting, right? It had to get to the agenda meeting in order to be, I mean, it can certainly legally still be put on the agenda as a walk-on, but I'm going to say this, and knowing that our officers are out here in the audience, the idea of introducing an ordinance as a last-minute add-on, in light of a program that was under a cloud of suspicion, and putting it on as a last-minute item doesn't help the case to be able to make the argument that we're trying to clean things up and make sure that we put a program in place that has integrity. So I'm all for making sure it gets on the next agenda. It just has to get on in time for the next agenda meeting and make it all happen. I would have said you guys should have added it on. I said that over a week ago. Where's the agenda? Put it on the agenda. That's what I said. I mean, you can't fault the council now to say, like, we should walk it on as a late item at that point, because it's
It should have come down a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
yeah, but you guys own, so look, in fairness, Rich, the three sponsors own the ordinance. I said to the members of the POBA, if any of you give me the ordinance, I'll introduce it tomorrow. Like, I would have done it a week ago, frankly, and done it, and then hashed this all out and had this conversation. But you guys own it, you own the legislation, you get to decide when and the timing in which you want to introduce it. So you can certainly walk it on. I'm not going to, look.
It's really the same as the other ordinance. Look.
Yeah, because you know what? So if bring a late item to discuss as a first thing tomorrow, as a Wednesday, I don't think so. Because as we say, if over here, I can say the three things different. One, administration from the police director, Caucus director, to chief of police officer. And the second is that city can hire third-party vendors to manage optimally. And the third one, and current time is a crossing guard provide service. We cross out crossing guard to police off-duty job. So nothing wrong with that. Only key is it we gotta review the policy what we have. You know, that crossing guard policy, this policy, and we want to off-duty police officers as soon as possible come back to the street. But you guys have to give us time to review. You know what I'm saying? Because even though we support without review, and this is the last minute, you know, or if you're willing to make some presentation about explaining, briefly explain, we are welcome. You know, I got no problem with that. You know what I'm saying? So try to protect not only you guys, try to protect also on the job as a crossing guard, because city cannot flip-flop policy like that. You know what I'm saying? So if we limited that to crossing guard, then how we gonna do it? You know what I'm saying? And if we do that, third-party vendors, then how we gonna do it? You know, so those kind of things, somebody have to fully explain to city council. So we get the same page with POBA or PSBA, whatever is a police thing, it makes a little better. We don't want these things come up every 3 months or 6 months in the table. I better do right this time. So never again by one person can stop whole program just like this. Not fair. You know?
Okay, then stop it.
Just to be clear on the third-party vendor program, that would be something that the administration would have to undertake and have to go through the procurement process. So that particular piece would not be something you'd be able to do in 2 weeks.
Right.
However,
We as a
that's not
council
included,
would not-
that's not included in the current draft.
One more time.
The third-party vendor program, so there's a third-party administrator, that would have to be contracted by the city through the normal RFP procurement process. So it's not something that could be done in 2 weeks. The draft you have before you, that's not included. It's something that the city could contemplate for later. When that process is completed, the ordinance could be revised in the event that program was ever retained. But that's not going to happen in the next 2 weeks.
look, as I said, we spent 6 months with this BS going back and forth, and this should have been out a week or two ago. Is there a guarantee that this will be on the next,
Rich, if you're the councilman who's sponsoring it, you can
Yeah, but
guarantee
we
it.
waited for the law department to
No,
give
you
us
can
the
just-
ordinance
you
and.
just add it.
Wait, that is not fair. That is not fair.
It's been sitting upstairs for months. We had the meetings here, the law people were here, the people from your office were up there. We were waiting, and then finally, you know, like, it's.
No, that's
not, that's
not what
inaccurate.
happened.
I sat in on the meeting when that draft was done, and then it was basically and practically put aside. And we were just told last week that we had the ordinance. The ordinance was not, those changes were not effectuated by the law department. And when we got it, and we were told last Thursday, we sat right here,
Right.
Councilman, and I said, I am off tomorrow, we're short-staffed, we'll get it to you first thing Monday morning. And this morning, first thing you had it. It did not get prolonged because of the law department. And I'm not gonna sit there here respectfully and allow you to make it seem as though
We
we
sat
held it.
here and we sat with you people, you were going to make the changes upstairs, we waited, and then finally you said, what the heck is going on, and we asked. And this should have been done months ago, that's all I know. You wanna hold it off till the next time?
I don't want to hold anything off, Rich, but like say, look, it's just,
Look, you
I wanted a resolution at the last meeting calling for us to have our own attorney, which I still believe we deserve, right? We should have that. And that we should take a very strong position as a council on this. But you all said at the last meeting that you would have this on the agenda for the next meeting. I let people know that there's an agenda meeting and you gotta get it out before the agenda meeting.
It's here.
Before the deadline. No, the agenda meeting was last Tuesday. That's when the agenda meeting is. We have an agenda meeting. This is, look, you've been a councilman now for 6 years. There's an agenda meeting that was a week before.
Yeah. And what did Norma just say? She would give it to us on Monday. So we got it on Monday. All right, hold it off to next month. Let's make sure it comes up, there's an ordinance drafted, and it comes up next month. Let me
Councilman,
make
you
it
have the
first.
draft, and you are a council person with the power to put things on the agenda.
October 9th is actually going to be October 10th.
October 10th.
Moving in because of
Because of Yom Kippur.
Yom Kippur. So are you, Councilman, I mean, I know you can't have a meeting with all of us, right? But two of you guys can have a
We
meeting
can make,
with
we can
one,
make a
you know,
schedule to meet with everyone the appropriate way, 2 people in a meeting, or 3, up to no more than 3 in a meeting, and then move it forward with your guys' input on this draft and with some comment from the union and anyone else whose information you would like to get with regard to that.
So the next draft, I mean, the next agenda meeting is when?
It'll be 1 week before October 10th. October
So
10th.
October 3rd?
Be October 2nd, probably.
October
Second,
2nd.
yeah.
So, put your effort. October 2nd.
So it's October 1st.
Yeah.
Tuesday, October 1st.
When is
Tuesday, then. Yeah,
October
Tuesday.
1st.
It's October 1st.
Tuesday, October 1st at 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
So just attach the ordinance, amend the ordinance 3885-1, so and so. This is a city council, actually, a police union, to understand, city council puts effort to try to make all this possible for the agenda. You know, so don't get upset,
Okay.
okay?
All right, let's.
Councilman Bojian is going to add it to the Tuesday, to the October 9th council.
I know,
October
you're
10th.
frustrated, but Rich,
October 10th. Okay, before we proceed going forward, before I forget and before this night is over, council members, I've been meaning to ask about this for months at this point, and every time we go through this, I wait too long, and Marlene just reminded me. So we've talked about caucus meetings in the past about doing it during daytimes. By a memo to all of you, I can change it. We don't have to adjust the law, although we'll have to pass a resolution changing the times. If council members want to move it to daytime council meetings, I propose 10 a.m. Caucus meetings, I should say, caucuses. We can have a 10 a.m. caucus, and if you want to do that, then let me know. I'm sorry, let me say this. If you object to it, let me know. It has to be unanimous because everyone's calendars were set and scheduled for the year. Personally, for me, I'm not going to change it if one council person has work or class or something like that. Knowing that we already approved the calendar, I'm not going to adjust it further to make it inconvenient for that person. But if you do have concerns and you object to it, I can move it to 10 a.m. effective as soon as possible. Hopefully, as soon as we can get a resolution on the agenda to do that. And then secondly, if you look at the calendar, the council meeting before Thanksgiving, which is November, give me 1 second, is November 26th would be the council meeting. The caucus is on November 25th.
That's hunting season.
So it's back to back. And I don't know if folks caught on to that, but that's a nightmare for all of us going into Thanksgiving. I wanted to propose, and I know nobody wants to work on a Thanksgiving holiday, push it to having the caucus on November 25th and the council meeting on December 4th or 3rd.
That's reasonable.
That's reasonable, right?
You said the caucus meeting the 25th and the council meeting the 3rd?
The 3rd or the 4th, whichever works. And then there's another council meeting on December 18th, just so you know. Right? So.
Council meeting is December the 4th.
Why not have the caucus on the second, suspend the council meeting in November, and just
because
add a meeting in December?
it's scheduled for the 25th, just leave it there, and then
Hunting season, Robert.
Pardon?
that'll give us more time to review it for some, but for most of us, we're all going to be having turkey, right? So nobody's really going to really look at it till, but if you got it, then you can like start looking at it on December 1st or something like that if you want to.
So say that again, okay. So right now it's scheduled for the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, right?
That's correct.
Yes, it's
That's what we've always done.
November 26th.
Right, gang them up so we weren't here on the eve of Thanksgiving.
So why do we want to change it? Because we think it's too close to Thanksgiving?
It's
No, no,
the caucus
the
is
caucus is on the
Oh,
25th.
because you're saying it's
It's
like
back to
back.
It's right back to back.
So it's not fair to the taxpayer. So,
Airbnb.
so Council President,
Yes, sir.
I think I'm not the only one, as every council member has the same feeling, especially caucus meeting. You know, because the caucus meeting, we discuss an agenda, the items, we ask this also. So if we want to operate in this city council proper way to do it, the caucus meeting should be daytime. So any questions we can have it, BA can ask the department director, they can answer right away. So we don't have to be some department director show up. The city council meeting is 6 p.m. at the city council chamber. Order to do that, I want you everybody to pay attention. Most council person take this job as part-time, so they have a full-time work. So order to they attend the caucus meetings at daytime, they have to be excused with their job or take a day off or sick day, whatever they do. Before we do that, before we change the caucus, first is pay them the way I say, proper dollars for each council members, not $35,000. The way we propose that there's $50,000, so they can freely able to show up council caucus meeting. That's the first thing they have to do. You just do that part-time council person, ask them days you got a day off to show caucus meeting. It's not fair, because when she loses a day job, somebody have to pay for that. But we only can ask so much to sacrifice each individual council person without paying. That's not right. So please, please.
So you want to amend, you want to adjust the council salaries?
Yes, that's the first thing step. After that, we talk about to remove the council meeting is from the evening to day. That's the first thing to do.
So
Please.
to your point, can we circle back to that? Because I didn't see any salaries on the agenda. Are we moving forward?
So I believe you all
moving
received
forward?
an email from the mayor about that, right? And for my part, I haven't responded to it yet, but I'll say.
I did.
What's that?
I did too.
I have not. I've not responded. So I have one concern about it, and we can certainly. I don't want to take up this evening. We've already got a lot more stuff to talk about, but My concern, and I'll put it out there, is that currently the law, the Faulkner Act, as I understand it, allows the council to set the salaries for directors. I'm not opposed to a salary range or even performance reviews and increases and adjustments, but I still think that the council should retain its authority to be able to approve any adjustments in those salaries based on the recommendation of the administration, whatever those changes might be. So
One doesn't have to be tied to the other.
what's that?
One doesn't have to be tied to the other, correct?
One is not tied to the other?
Like our salaries aren't tied to everyone else's salaries.
No. Ours are fixed with certain increase, like the way it's written, I think.
No, I mean, it doesn't have to be the same ordinance.
It's actually separate too.
It could be separate. I'm not.
Like what you said doesn't have anything to do with our salaries, is what I'm saying.
Correct.
It's got nothing to do with either one, but listen to me. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
when I bring up the issue 2013, they called me Council Michael Young, tried to do self-service, the public service. So I said, well, forget about it. Now, 2017, 18, we brought the same issue. 2013 is, you should talk about next election. We cover next election. Now they push the next election. You know what? End of day, this is my dream. I want to someday, sooner or later, this council will take over by people who have a professional knowledge of accounting, bonding, or anything. They have a great word in the United States. You get what you pay for.
So
please,
if you want to adjust the salaries, you can certainly, any council member can adjust.
I'm going to sponsor the bill, please bring it up.
Hondo, has the 8th salary taken effect?
Yes.
When do they get paid, their first pay?
It's just to be retroactive, frankly.
So actually, August 1st, they're supposed to be paid, go back pay, they do that. So please, I want you to sign the paper, all right? I don't want you this one, again, the political football, it's like in the future. If we do right things, do now, don't push back. Because only one thing I can say is...
Councilman Solomon has some remarks on this.
Just very briefly, the first thing is if anyone is free to introduce the salary bill, so there's nothing stopping anybody from putting that up for vote. And the second thing is, if we want unanimous support, then we have to go to every single councilman, show them the draft, and say, what are your thoughts? Do you agree to this? And so, for my personal sake, I said, look, I didn't have a chance to review.
You didn't?
Well, we were asked 48 hours to review. It's not enough time. So I said, I'm not going to make a commitment until I have a chance. I'll send some feedback later this week. This is my personal take.
Good.
And then I'm happy to have it back and forth.
So the council president?
With whoever, but, that doesn't mean anyone can stop. If you want to move it forward, they're allowed to move it forward.
Councilman Young.
Do me a favor. Can't you draft the ordinance to change the salary? Okay, and the hours sponsor.
I've got a lot on my plate these days.
Okay,
I made an effort before, I should also add. So
okay, then bring a copy. I'll sign it.
Okay.
That's fun.
You got it.
All right?
It's in your hands.
And, now, do me a favor. Would you distribute all the council members to look at it?
The what?
The draft.
The draft, the ordinance that you're gonna write?
Yeah.
Sure. You write it.
No, you have already.
You want the ordinance that I had drafted?
Yeah. We just change the numbers, that's all.
I think there was something else sent to you. I thought I mentioned that at the beginning. I think the mayor sent everybody an ordinance.
Your mayor's one.
Yeah.
Your mayor's one. I don't know why he not putting the agenda. He sent, he texted everybody and asked everyone's opinion. But why they disappear?
Why did it disappear? I can't answer for the
Is it
administration.
chicken? What's the matter with it? Sit down.
All right, let's move on, please. Let's go through second readings very quickly.
We have a lot of them, 17.
Yep, so let's go 4.1. Anyone have questions?
Let me just briefly say, Councilman Bosciano and I met with the law department on 4.1, and we made 2 small adjustments to the draft contract, just to clarify when the private entity is allowed to close the park. In this case, they have to follow city rules unless they get the business administrator to sign off, and then a little bit more clarification on the penalties. I assume the law department is considering them non-substantial changes, which is why it's a second reading, and I think everyone had a copy of the new thing as part of their agenda. So that's 4.1.
Okay. Anyone else have questions on 4.2, 4.3?
All the traffic ordinances that
Traffic
go
is-
through 4.9. 10 were
4.10, any questions on 4.10?
You know, 4.9, let me ask the law department, if we add another location, is it really major change? 4.9.
You had a location for a change, yeah.
Change, okay. So then, Bono, we gotta work it at 4.9, okay?
My understanding, Councilman, is you're looking to have somebody assigned to work with.
I'd like to add the one location, 479 Central Avenue.
No, yeah, if you start adding and subtracting.
That's what I'm saying.
Adding and subtracting definitely would be a substantial change. So we're happy to work with you moving forward to get your due.
And another question is that, that's very strange things when I see that 4.9. That is, one of my concern is, so usually parking lot permit is a monthly permit. And 174 Newark Avenue is a different than other area.
We're proposing changing the rules for 174.
Yes, so how?
So
They say that here you go. Okay, my concern is that no new permit will be issued for lot 9. Permit given to our prior to this ordinance will be able to continue the parking. So then, but no new permits may be issued. Then when a permit expires, that's his word, when a permit expires, every permit is only good for 1 month.
So, the law, I mean, not the law, the transportation department drafted this. The purpose of it, I don't know if you guys want to think needs clarification or not, this is 4.9. Number 2, so the request was to draft language that said the existing 9 permit holders would be allowed to renew their permits. But no new permit would not be issued to a new permit holder. Basically, this is a lot that serves a business district. It should be available for business district. Right now, at 6 p.m., people come in and use their permits, but I understand that people have basically built their, a bunch of their lives around this, having this permit available, so we don't want to take it away from anybody. So we just wanted to say, like, you can keep renewing it, but once it expires, we're not going to give it to, once you don't renew it, we're not going to give it to a new person.
So you know what that means? That middle of the October, end of October, nobody gonna have that they are permit park in that area. Is that right? I want to make sure.
No. What it's saying is, if you currently have a permit, you have it until you don't, you move, you don't get it, you lose your car or whatever, and you don't have a permit anymore. Then it would not go to a new person. It would then become a metered spot. Councilman, am I correct?
Yeah.
That's the way the draft reads.
So that, in other words, but the term of a permit is only 1 month.
He's saying that because it's, they are, so it depends, if the permits given out prior to this ordinance will be able to continue parking, but no new permits will be issued.
Yes, it's only.
He's just saying it doesn't need to be clarified. That's
Okay.
it.
So what is
And
that?
just refer to the law department, whether you
Reason-
need clarification. Correct. And you think- Exactly.
So-
And I just, the question is, do you think that that language clearly explains what you just said?
I think, Councilman, you may have answered a question for us.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you guys can help me and just draft based on that, and if it's substantial, let me know, that'd be very helpful.
So reason I'm asking you, we got the huge complaint from the Central Avenue business community. This is called every time when you get the monthly permit parking, doesn't matter how many you use the monthly permit parking. Every month there's a monthly permit parking application. So monthly permit parking only go for 1 month. So if you see one accepted Newark Avenue, not accepted the new application. But if it's just the application, the permit, they only expire, 15 days, 3 days later.
So what you're looking for is renewals to the same individual who will be permitted, but no, once that individual has the permit and continues to renew it, stops renewing it, then it becomes a metered spot. That's what you're.
Yes,
But
that's
we'll put language to clarify that.
Because I don't want that profitize that the area is only for 9 people.
No, I get it. forget it, yeah. So we'll clarify the language. I don't think it'll be a substantial change. We really just reflect the clarification of the language. So I'll work with Councilman Solomon to make sure we get that done.
Okay, great. Let's move on. 4.10 is, any questions on that? 4.11? 4.12?
There is another concern. You know, 4.10, every time, since 2013, when I asked the management of the Boomton Center, and the income, general revenue goes to the DPW. So I asked them, why Boomton Center rental fee goes to as a general funding for DPW? They say that Boomton Center built with DPW capital improvement. But now, you guys are going to change to DPW2, rate increase under the mayor's office. There's some situation to change it. Maybe we pay off the bond?
Goes into the general fund.
I would defer to the administration in terms of where the money comes from the rental, but really the purpose of the ordinance is really to just to reorganize where the Bethune Center's operation resides. So, but I can't speak any more than that. Maybe the administration can.
The money goes to the general.
Yeah,
The general fund,
yeah, it all goes.
general fund, about maintenance, this way of Boomton Center, the fund actually goes, DPW revenue was it?
I don't know that.
DPW sends it to the general fund.
Right.
So DPW, but why?
Bethune Center is, financially in our budget is located under DPW. By virtue of the ordinance, budget lines all fall under DPW. So this is going to change that as well. Their organizational chart will now reflect that they're reporting under cultural affairs, and then it's also going to reflect that their budget will fall under cultural affairs.
Yes, because when I asked them why they
That's
have
the mayor's office, right?
they say because the Boomton Center bill has a capital improvement dollars, which is located at DPW, that's the reason they have to go write a check to the DPW maintenance and so on. But now, what situation changed to move the Boomton Center to the regulation?
I'll find out.
John's going to work with you on this to get this addressed. Let's keep moving on.
Any more questions on this second reading ordinances?
No.
Yes.
416.
All right, 416,
Where am I?
administration of government, housing accommodation, and affordable housing components.
Well, not really, I guess, directly to 416, but circling back to affordable housing, inclusionary zoning. When, do we have a date yet when the ad hoc committee is going to meet? on
Thursday.
inclusionary zoning?
Yeah.
Oh, we're meeting on Thursday for the first time, yeah.
What's that for? 416?
Inclusionary zoning committee?
Oh.
Be something in your mailbox.
So before we go that far, 411, I was not attending the council meeting, and the council president actually brought up a very valid point, and unfortunately, Councilman James Allen is the only one who agree with that part of it. But if I was the meeting, next council meeting, talk about that the transfer land to JCRA, I agree with you guys. Because when you transfer land, they should be put in the word that if they not use that land, the purpose they present to city council, then they should be approved by city council. You know, that is wrong. And also, if they conflict with the purpose of JCRA, then we should put the article in the ordinance. If it's invalidated by we pass.
This is just correcting a block.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, think about it. We should say that one of the provision, whatever we regulate, if it's invalidated in enforcement, then rest of go on, you know what I'm saying? We should be looking to that matter in the future, but it's done, it's done.
It's already been approved.
Yeah,
It's just a correction on the,
Yeah.
okay.
All right, on to Rezo.
So 413, which is the rent control one, I have not had a chance to speak with Councilman Waterman about this, and I realize she's not here for this. Barring any change in conversation, I recommend that we do what we've done for a couple of ordinances, which is delay the second reading and motion to just advertise it again in 2 weeks. Still have to have a conversation with the administration to better understand their position on it. And how it fits in with the overall work of this committee that's meeting on rent control. And then 417, for different reasons, to also delay for 2 more weeks. We have gone back and forth with NW Financial on 417, and I'm still in the process of going back with them, as well as considering potential amendments to 417. So, my recommendation would be to delay both 413 and 417 for 2 weeks, and just make a motion as we've done in prior meetings and say, publicly advertise these in 2 weeks.
I agree 100%.
That's my take on both of those two. So.
14 and 14.7.
So just procedurally though, like, so 4.17, myself and Waterman are the sponsors. I'm fine with carrying that over to the next meeting. I would ask that the clerk advertise it. But 4.13, well, I'm fine with also carrying it over for the next meeting. I'm not sure procedurally how that, since it was sponsored by the administration, right?
I assume it's the majority of the council.
No, we can motion to do it.
You can always,
You can motion to do it, but I'm just saying,
Sure.
if you want to.
Yeah, that's what I was making sure that I make a motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is gonna.
But don't we still have meetings?
Right.
Yeah, we have a bunch more meetings.
Yeah.
I understand the administration wanted this considered earlier, and we introduced it because, we had a courtesy, and I'm not opposed to, it's like not a flat no for me, but I think it needs more conversation. We do have a committee that's looking at these changes comprehensively, so, I'd say wait 2 weeks on it, make a motion to do that. And that's what I'll do.
May I make a comment about that? So, I don't have a problem necessarily deferring it for 2 more weeks, but if the committee is going to consider this, I'm not sure if we should just table it and let it be considered within the committee at that point and have it be part of the conversation there. It's just,
So, hold on, so everybody wants to know. 413, what you guys want to? Because we have a rental control committee already.
Right.
I don't want to change this, amend this, this piece by piece, because then there are conflict with that the committee's role. So this one, 413, maybe city withdraw or we vote down.
Table it.
Table it. Okay, that is the plan.
So, the reason that I would recommend just doing the 2-week delay, we could always table it after that. But the reason I was recommending that is the administration have put it forward. They haven't, I guess, the business manager's not here tonight, but he had his reasons for trying to move it forward. I was going to discuss it with Councilman Waterman. She's not here as the co-chair. So I just feel like we haven't had a chance to have a conversation around it. Now it makes sense to say, hey, hold up. We're going to, let's wait 2 weeks.
But when are the meetings?
So we have one October 3rd and October. We have a schedule of 4 more meetings that run through basically the end of October, beginning of November.
But on the table the deal for public hearing.
Well, I was suggesting making a motion that you delay the second reading, re-advertise 2 weeks from now. That was my suggestion. Is my suggestion.
I mean,
We can always table it at that point. It's not a crazy, it doesn't limit our options in the future as long as, we say from a parliamentary standpoint.
I mean, 2 weeks is enough.
Well, I think two key people that discuss it, the business administrator and the co-chair of the record committee are not here. So that's why, the two key people that would discuss this.
I mean, instead of
literally not here.
putting the 2 weeks like a fixed day, we just table it, and we can bring it anytime we want.
Well,
as action deferral, so we can bring back.
Well, my understanding is if you table it before public hearing, it becomes a nullity, so it has to go back to first reading. That's why I'm suggesting that just re-advertise in 2 weeks.
Can we go to resolutions and fight about them?
Yes.
Okay. Resolution 10.1 is designating official signatories. That's the slam dunk. 2 is a resolution for certificate of insurance to utilize the Morris County Public Safety Training Academy for new class of probationary firefighters. 10.3 is authorizing electronic tax sale. We did 10.4, 10.5. 10.6 is authorizing the use of competitive contracting to award a contract to conduct an electronic tax sale.
What is it, there's one, so because how did 10.5, they do the electronic tax sale, it's like an online tax sale? So now, if, as I understand, This is one of the issues when we talked about several months ago. As I understand, state of New Jersey only proved that one company. Is that true?
I'm not sure, but the state requires municipalities to use competitive contracting to select a firm.
Yeah, but
so there may be others in throughout the country who are not strictly in New Jersey, but we'll find that out when we issue an RFP.
So do me a favor, would you find out? Because as I understand, based on 3 months, 4 months ago, we talked about the election. The electronic tax sale, state of New Jersey, community fair only recognizes one company. So we're going to use that company, or state to change their mind. There are more vendors out there, and if you do, how are they going to pay the fee for the electronic tax sale? They're going to charge a fee based on total amount of sales? Or they have a fixed fee involved there?
Well, that'll be part of their response to our request for proposals.
Wednesday, I like to, when I ask for, I think a business or administrator to prepare for the whole questions, okay? Okay, so.
You want to know why there's only one tax company, why are we competitive?
By the state statute, community affair recognize only one.
So why are we competitive?
Yeah. So number one. Number two, if we pay the fee for electric sales, tax sale, we will pay by certain percentage of total sales, or we just fix the price for the use of their programs, you know what I'm saying? And number third, when you have a tax sale issue with online sale based on internet speed, high internet speed guy, more choice, the chance than slow speed, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's not done like an online auction. What you do is, before the tax sale, the investors go in, and for each property, they either put in the percentage that they want, or the premium, or the maximum premium that they want. And so their bids are essentially all already loaded in, so it doesn't matter what the internet speed is. When the tax sale is turned on, it just looks at all the data and determines which bidder gets the lien. So it's not an auction.
It's not an auction?
No.
It's like a silent auction, you're putting your bid in.
Right.
It's a silent auction, right?
Yes,
but
basically.
Everybody who participates in the auction, they can see all the numbers, okay?
No, you have to go in beforehand, and there's the list of properties. And you might go in for 280 Grove Street. If there's a $5,000 delinquent taxes, you might say, I'll accept 13% on this. Or you might say, I'll accept 0% and I'll pay a $2,000 premium. Well, somebody else who goes in and says, I'll take 0% and a $5,000 premium, will have loaded that information in already. And then the computer just goes in, the system goes in and compares the different bids, essentially. So it's not going back and forth like eBay.
Okay.
And I think the charges are by line item.
We did 10.7. 10.8 is app and exchange, the New Jersey Energy Tracking and Bill System for the state contract. Steve Miller would have been here for that one. 9, we're accepting some grants into our budget and appropriating the same. 10.10 we did with Margaret Kavicka. We have Priscilla Gardner on our agenda again. We're honoring her on the occasion of her retirement. 10.12 is honoring the Philippine Nurses Association New Jersey Award recipients. 13 is authorizing the settlement of assessment appeals filed before the tax court of New Jersey on various properties. We did 10.14. 10.15, we're changing the date of the next regular council meeting.
Did we say we was pulling 10.14? What was said about that? That 10.14 is the bus stop. I thought you said they were gonna change all of that for after the meeting tomorrow.
That's for Miller, 1014.
So we'll withdraw that at the meeting. We'll talk. We'll
Oh, all right.
clarify.
No, I thought
we'll get clarified.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, 1014, that's eulogizing Steve Miller.
No, 1014 is the bus stop designations.
The bus stop designation, repeal.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading up the wrong agenda. My apologies.
First of all, Steve,
Thank you.
because I got my computer, why are you touching my stuff?
All right, 16 we did, 17 we talked about Steve Miller earlier.
My personal.
Oh, that's your personal.
For those council meetings and caucuses, wherever you are, Steve. 1018, approving the reappointment of city council members to the board of special improvement districts, also known as district management corporations. 19 is authorizing the addition of Joe Bernardo as an additional insured for the use of the 299 Tacoma Avenue branch of Jersey City Art and Studio Tour. 1020 is approving the appointment of individuals to the Jersey City Shade Tree Committee. It is 10:04.
Motion.
10:04 is a motion by Prinzary,
Who's shady personal?
second by Councilman Young. At 10:04, Ridley. Prinzary. Bajano. Clear. Young.
Yep.
Solomon just left us a moment ago. Robinson.
Yep.
Rivera and Warner were absent. Council President. We're out of here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You guys are the best.